The ICEMA Biodiesel Summit for Construction Equipment Vehicles. Building India's Tomorrow, Indian Construction Equipment Industry's Roadmap for Biodiesel Adoption. It is my pleasure to welcome all participants to this first ever summit that we are hosting in our quest towards adopting alternate fuels in the construction equipment industry. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome Mr. Tarun Kapoor, Head of ETAC and former Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. I will speak more about him later as I introduce him. And also Mr. Alan Tolley, Group Director Engines JCB, on behalf of ICEMA and Indian construction equipment industry. Thank you all and thank you both for taking time out to join us in this very significant discussions on the adoption of biodiesel by Indian CE industry. I'm sure that the insights you share with us in the opening session of the Biodiesel Summit will set the tone for our deliberations over the next 2 days. I would also like to thank the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways and the Ministry of Heavy Industries for their support to this summit. It gives us immense pride that the government is supportive of our endeavors in this regard. On behalf of ICEMA, I also welcome all our partners, sponsors, and delegates to the deliberations on the adoption of biodiesel by the Indian CE industry. Friends, at the COP26 summit, our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji committed to cut India's total projected carbon emissions by 1 billion tons by 2030, reduce the carbon intensity by less than 45% by the end of the decade, and achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2070. The urgency and imperative to address climate and environmental concerns is unlike anything experienced before. We in the Indian CE industry believe that it is critical to work actively and collaborate to ensure mankind's future generations have a bright and cleaner tomorrow. In line with the vision and aspirations of Government of India and our own belief, the Indian CE industry is working towards adopting the right set of technology choices to help achieve long-term climate and sustainability goals. This is aligned to ICEMA's Vision Plan 2030, where one of the key pillars is to establish a stable technology foundation to enable Indian CE industry's growth. The Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, has also been encouraging our industry to explore the adoption of cleaner technologies and alternative fuels, such as biodiesel. Motivated by his positive nudging, India's CE industry has largely aligned to the CEV4 emission norms, which kicked in during 2021. In the new year, while we will continue to make investments in R&D for cleaner technologies, the Indian CE industry is also attempting to enable the use of biodiesels in our industry, and at the same time Further, the development of construction equipment that can be powered by biodiesel. In our view, our view in the industry is that the biodiesel has the best potential as a transition fuel over the coming decade and a decade and a half to reduce carbon emissions from the use of construction equipment in the country. Biodiesel, a 2-decade-old industry in India, comprises of 6 biorefineries, large units with capacity of 580 milliliters per annum. Given that the fuel lends itself to blending with petroleum diesel in varying proportions and has favorable characteristics for powering heavy equipment manufactured by our industry, making it a front runner among alternate fuel options available to us. However, the seamless adoption of biodiesel by Indian sea industry will require continued investments in addressing the technical issues of enhanced NOx emissions at higher blend proportions. In addition, it also requires addressing the challenges of insufficient feedstock availability, high variability in feedstock prices, and limited commercial viability in domestic sales. Going forward, availability and consistency of biodiesel needs to be improved, and collaborative partnerships worked out across the entire fuel and construction equipment value chain to make it a viable alternate fuel. To explore and address these aspects of the biodiesel value chain, ICEMA set up a working group in 2021 under the leadership of technical experts from the industry and the government. 3 subgroups formed under the aegis of this working group have drawn up a draft roadmap on the way forward in technology and regulatory landscape, the technology and supply chain, and the ecosystem required for nurturing biodiesel demand for CEVs. In the sessions that follow this opening session, we will deliberate on the findings of the 3 working groups. The draft roadmap will be further strengthened by taking into account the significant deliberations. Tomorrow, the draft recommendations will be presented to the Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Gadkari ji. We believe this attempt by the Indian sea industry to work hand in hand with stakeholders across the biodiesel value chain and the Government of India is timely and will be critical in realizing the government's biofuels aspirations. Together, we pledge to work towards building India's tomorrow and in turn achieve the objectives outlined in Indian sea industry's Vision 2030. Then let me just introduce Mr. Alan Tolley to the audience. Mr. Alan Tolley is currently the Managing Director of Advanced Powertrain Technologies Limited, a technology and strategy consulting specializing in the medium and heavy duty sector. He was formerly the Group Director of Powertrain at JCB Excavators Limited. He is also the chair of the high-level carbon dioxide group of the CECE Committee for European Construction Equipment. Earlier career included various powertrain product roles with Ford Motor Company, Fiat Group, European Engine Alliance, and Perkins Engines. He holds bachelor's and master's degree in physics from the University of Oxford and is a fellow of the Institution of Mechanical Engineers. Mr. Alan Tolley, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. As has just been said, I worked for many years for JCB and I have visited India many times as part of that role. But today I'm presenting the CC position on decarbonisation. So I joined CC to chair the high-level CO2 group a couple of years ago. And one of the key things we've been doing is putting a position paper together. This paper is really be used, present to policymakers and others in Europe, so that we have written down really the position of the construction equipment industry in Europe. And we have something which is solid, which we can present to those policymakers. Excuse me. So the paper is called "The Role of Construction Equipment in Decarbonising Europe," and I have here a few extracts from it to talk about today. Really, the first slide, if you can see it, is you see the slide.
I think they're resharing it now.
All right, good. First slide is just a montage really of some of the equipment which you'll be familiar with. CC, the trade body for construction equipment in Europe. There's 1,200 companies who participate or are members in Europe. The industry employs about 300,000 people and turns over approximately 40 billion euros. CC was established in 1959 and is based in Brussels. Just a bit of a summary about the trade association. Next slide, please. So the role of construction equipment in decarbonising Europe. One of the bases of the position of CC and the industry in Europe is what we call the 4 pillars approach. And this really is trying to get over the message that it's not just about machine efficiency and machine operation, but also about how you use the machines, process efficiency, the best choice of machine, the operation efficiency, how the machine is used, the skill of the operators, and the management of the using of the machines, and also, of course, alternative energy sources. So we start with the 4 pillars approach, and really one of the key messages we try to get over to policymakers is that when you're considering the carbon footprint, CO2 output, if you like, of any activity or piece of machinery, you do need to consider the whole life cycle. Some of the on-road legislation in Europe does not do this, it only considers part of it, and therefore it drives solutions which aren't necessarily overall the best ones. So we always emphasize you need to consider the whole cycle, which is materials used in manufacturing the machines, the manufacturing process itself, the use of the machine, and what you do with it at the end, recycling. So the whole life of the machine. And of course, the contribution of those different phases varies with the technology, which is why it's important to include all of them. Next slide, please. And one of the important things about the different sources of energy which we can use going forward is the energy density, because with mobile equipment, especially when it's used in remote areas, the energy density, the amount of energy you can carry on board the machine is very important. So conventional mineral fuels have a very high density, as we know, and biofuel is very close to that. Some of the alternatives, which are favoured by policymakers, such as hydrogen and lithium-ion batteries, have a very low energy density. So that drives all sorts of requirements into the supply of energy to the user, to the machines. Next slide, please. So when we look at what's available in the future, offering low on net zero CO2 solutions, electricity, renewable electricity, of course, and there's a lot of activity around the world, particularly in Europe, I think, but also other parts of the world, to move a lot of the transport to battery electric type vehicles. The main challenges of that, of course, as we just mentioned, the energy density of the battery. There's also the cost of the batteries and the raw materials required and the environmental footprint of manufacturing those batteries. From a construction equipment point of view, one issue, of course, is the availability of charging points, Then there's hydrogen and ammonia as alternative fuels. These can be used in fuel cells or in engines. Quite a lot of interest in Europe on hydrogen, especially the heavy duty applications, both in fuel cells and in engines. And then, of course, there is bio and synthetic fuels. In other words, very similar fuels to the mineral fuels we use, but coming from biological or renewably synthesized sources. So those are the three streams of available energy carriers as we see them. Okay, next slide, please. So this is quite a big table, so I won't go through all of it. It's split into 3 slides, but the first one's on internal combustion engines, which can use bio or synthetic fuels or hydrogen, as well as obviously mineral fuels. So as far as applications are concerned, of course, the advantage of using bio or synthetic fuels with combustion engines is that it's really a very small change from where we are today. So the applications are really all those that there are today which use engines, which is obviously all of them. The challenges there in red is of course, as mentioned in the introduction, and is in everybody's mind, is the availability of these fuels and their cost depending on how they're made.
Alan, I think there is some of the people are finding it difficult to hear you. Maybe you can be a bit more closer to the microphone. Thank you.
Right, yes, sure, I'll try. I don't know if my microphone, let me see if I can send my microphone any louder.
Or maybe you can speak a little bit louder, that should be fine. Can I request the ICEMA team to put the presentation in full screen mode, please?
Okay, next slide, please. This one talks about electric. We will only go briefly over that, but as we already mentioned, onboard and off-board electric. Off-board electric really is main challenge is that it requires to be continuously connected, so that limits the use, and batteries. Suitable, maybe as with cars, in urban environments for low power demand, low energy consumption, short intermittent use. Smaller urban machines, I think, is the case. And the key point being about access to charging points. Okay, next slide. And the last part really is hybrids and fuel cells. So obviously a hybrid contains both electric and a combustion engine, and can be useful where you're not certain of your electricity supply. Fuel cells can use hydrogen or sometimes methane, but mainly hydrogen. They are electric machines. At the moment, for off-road use, it's not a very mature technology, I would say. Though there's a lot of activity on it. Again, you have the cost of the fuel cell and the cost of the hydrogen, the availability of the hydrogen. Next slide. So really one of the points that's made in the CC paper and that we make to policymakers is that the technology selection for off-highway construction equipment machines is really dependent on 3 things. The use of the machine, whether it's intermittent or continuous type operation, the energy consumption per hour or shift, and the location of the site. With remote, without installed energy carrier infrastructure, really needs high density fuels. So all 3 of those have to be considered when you're selecting the appropriate technology. Next slide, please. And this is an illustration of really where there are opportunities for battery electric and hydrogen energy carriers. So in the top right, we really have the greatest opportunity, and this is where the energy consumption and the power requirements are low and the use is intermittent, and also, if you're on fixed or long-term sites, when that's electrical supply or availability of hydrogen can be installed. I mean, there's least opportunity when there's high power consumption, continuous use, and it's either a remote site, as illustrated in the bottom left, or multiple short-term sites, and there's least opportunity for those technologies. And we need to retain something like a diesel-like fuel, bio or synthetic. Next slide, please. We then really move in the paper to talking about the implementation. So what needs to be done to deliver some of these technologies, these low carbon and net zero carbon technologies to the market? And we try to put this illustration together to show that there's really three phases of it. The first phase being when the technology can be piloted, and depending on the technology, that might take between 2 and 10 years. So if it's a relatively small change, such as perhaps converting an engine to run on a different type of fuel, that can be fairly short. If it's something more sophisticated, a bigger change, such as fuel cells, then it can take very much longer, maybe up to 10 years of pilot type activity in the field. There's then a phase of productionization, and again that can vary in length of time before you can really start serious production. And really the enablers are that the energy carriers must also be available. So, for example, there's quite an argument in Europe about delivering hydrogen-fueled machines to the market. This can be done fairly quickly, but at the moment, low-carbon hydrogen is not really available in the market. So that does need to be prepared. And of course, that needs to be ramped up along with any serious production opportunity. Next slide, please. So this slide, we tried to put together illustratively how we might get to net zero by 2050 in Europe from a construction equipment point of view. It is illustrative because how each technology is deployed will vary market to market, but also depend on many things. But it gives an idea of what is possible. And what you'll see there is that the solid line at the top really is decarbonisation coming from efficiency improvement using existing fuels. The first arrow is the deployment of biofuels. So you see that's first because that's most readily available and most easily deployable in current technology. This can be followed by a contribution from renewable electricity in electric machines, generally small machines. So these are now in production in Europe and coming in at the small end, but the energy consumption is quite small of these machines. So although the volume might be quite significant, the contribution is less. After that, we can see a contribution from hydrogen and probably finally synthetic fuels. Now, between now and 2050 in Europe, how might that play out in terms of the proportion of machines with different powertrains? And we would see really the sort of deployment we see on the right there, with initially some battery electric and some off-board electric machines being sold. It grows reasonably rapidly and then flattens off, and that is really an indication that as the technology becomes viable, those applications which are suitable will take it up reasonably rapidly, but then you run out of those applications and it relies on significant improvement in the technology those machines in terms of range, in terms of cost, etc., etc. And I think we would see that something like a third of equipment by 2050 still contains combustion engines running on hydrogen or synthetic fuels, and biofuel continuing, I think. A similar proportion of small electric machines, and perhaps some fuel cell electric. So to me, that's the most speculative, is how much fuel cell electric you might have in construction equipment. I think most people who have tried them have encountered some fairly serious challenges there. Of course, this is illustrative. It's really focused on the sort of average of what might happen in Europe. When you consider the situation in India, it might well be substantially different to that, though probably employ some of those technologies, but maybe in very different proportions. Okay, next slide, please. Well, that's really a summary of the CC position paper. What I've added after this is a couple of slides, which are really my own thoughts on the topic of biofuels in Europe, which I thought might help this summit. So I've added these. So these aren't CC. The next ones aren't CC slides. They're my thoughts. Next slide. Okay, so I mean the question is biofuel regarded as a main energy source for decarbonisation in Europe? And I would say at the moment no. Really because they see concerns on limited availability, competition with food production, environmental effects possibly, and can it be net zero in the longer term? So policy planning really is for biofuels to be reserved for most difficult to decarbonise sectors, by which they mean aviation and some industry sectors, industrial sectors, industrial process. It's accepted by some policymakers as a valuable transitional source until efficient net zero sources become available and usable, by which they mean electricity and hydrogen. The construction equipment industry advocates that it needs to be included as a sector where bio and synthetic hydrocarbon fuels are needed long-term for some applications and uses. So for those very remote, those very heavy-duty type applications, you still need a high-density fuel. That really means a liquid hydrocarbon fuel. It can be net zero by being bio or synthetic, and I think that's still needed. Comment here is hydrogen is favoured by some, I would say many policymakers in Europe, as it produces no greenhouse gases in use, and it also, what's attracted them more recently is the realisation, I think, that of how intermittent renewable energy supplies are. Certainly in the UK a week or two ago, there was virtually no wind power generation, and it had been making up something like 15 or 20% on average of electricity generation. So they had to fire up all the coal-fired power stations. So the policymakers see it as being an effective energy store. So you use your surplus renewable electricity to make hydrogen. You can then store that for when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine, and either use it to generate electricity again or to use it in other applications. Also in some industrial processes it can substitute natural gas fairly easily, and also in domestic heating in Europe as a substitute for natural gas. So there's quite a lot of attraction with hydrogen. So you see some of this coming forward, and the next slide I've got here is an extract from the UK's Committee on Climate Change, their 6th carbon budget. And I don't know if you can see it too well, but the one that's ringed in the middle is off-road machinery. And the colour code really there is indicating this is 2050. This is what they see as being the energy sources for these different sectors in 2050. So for construction equipment, construction machinery, they're saying that the orange bit at the top, the orange portion is renewable electricity, the yellow portion is hydrogen, and the black bit is what's left. So they're not seeing anything there in terms of synthetic fuels or biofuels in 2050, but a large chunk of hydrogen. So that's just to give an indication of the way they're thinking at the moment. That's in the UK. I haven't seen a similar one for the EU, but it's likely to be similar. Though different countries in the EU have different views on hydrogen, I think. So it's seen really more as a transitional thing until you can get to your hydrogen. And one of the reasons, I just mentioned this, one of the reasons shown in the next slide that they're keen on hydrogen also is a so-called BECCS process, which you may well be aware of. It's bioenergy, carbon capture and storage. Now, when I've been involved in discussions with the Committee on Climate Change in the past, they make the point that the best use of bioenergy is not to use it, burn it in a combustion engine and use it in a machine. It is to make hydrogen from it and capture the resultant carbon. So this process, really you have carbon capture from the atmosphere, photosynthesis to produce the biomass. You can use some renewable energy to make biomethane, store or sequestrate the CO2. You then steam reform the biomethane into hydrogen and CO2, and again store that CO2. So the net, the actual net result of this process is you have net carbon capture and you produce a hydrogen fuel. My view on this is that it might be theoretically very good, but it is quite academic and theoretical. There's significant, I think, investment to generate this process. This is one of the reasons they put forward as being the best use of it. Next slide, please. So in summary, the CC position on decarbonisation really addresses the EU initiatives of the Green Deal, the Fit for 55 programme, and recently this taxonomy, which as you may know is really about what areas of low carbon development is going to enjoy tax benefits. The CC paper is framed for the European market, but it recognises the need for global coordination of policies and technology development. And the principles of it are the greenhouse gas emissions from machines are determined not only by the machine efficiency, but also the fuel used, the operational efficiency and process efficiency. Four-pillar approach. This in turn is only part of the contribution from construction activity in total. There's obviously the materials used, etc. There need to be technology independent policy objectives. In other words, the legislation needs to legislate for outcomes. In the automotive industry in Europe and elsewhere, the legislators have been dictating the technology. This is not really appropriate. Well, it's not really appropriate anywhere, but it's not appropriate for off-highway equipment, particularly where you need a whole range of technologies. You need to assess the carbon footprint of technology or an activity on a holistic basis, a full life cycle analysis. Otherwise, you'll probably select the wrong one. The range of technologies that are application and use dependent will be required to deliver the 2050 net zero objectives. The position of biofuel in European decarbonisation policy plans is limited. However, many from industry and elsewhere see a bigger role for it in various sectors, including off-road machines, in the near and medium term particularly. So that's the end of my presentation. I hope you found it useful, and I hope you could hear enough of it. Thank you.
Yes, Alan. I think later your voice was carrying more better through the mic. Thanks very much for a very good overview of the CEC position, as well as some of the specific examples like from UK that you brought in. And clearly you are saying that the biofuels is going to be the one of the fuels favored for the transition period between now and the newer technologies. And it's easier to adopt. The challenges of supply and availability is which causes the concern. And I think we will be dwelling on these aspects in this event, and I'm sure some of the solutions being proposed specifically for India will be deliberated in the coming 2-3 hours that we'll be here. Please stay on with us, Mr. Allen. We might have some questions coming up after Mr. Tarun Kapoor's address. With these words, I would like to invite Mr. Kapoor to deliver the special address. Mr. Kapoor heads India's first Energy Transition Advisory Committee, which is tasked with laying down the policy framework and a comprehensive step-by-step plan for India to completely transition from fossil fuels to clean energy towards meeting the country's net carbon emission commitments under the Paris Accord. Sir, we are sure that under your leadership, the committee will develop an implementable roadmap to scale up infrastructure for biofuels based on a sustainable biomass supply chain. This will be a critical step for wheeled equipment to transition away from fossil fuels. We look forward to hearing your vision on how the Indian sea industry can contribute to this vision and draw pathways to adopt biodiesel in short and the medium term. With that, I hand over to you, Mr. Kapoor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me. And thank you also for the presentation, which I was just listening to. Very informative and very nice. I'll just briefly talk about biodiesel, what is happening in the country, and what has happened so far. So while in our policy on biofuels, we have said that India wants 5% blending of biodiesel in all the diesel which is sold in the country, and we took that as a target. But so far, we've not been able to even come close to it. Sometimes we are at 0.1%, sometimes a little more. Diesel consumption in India is huge, and if we have to blend 5% diesel, then the quantity which we need is running into 1500 or 1800 crore liters per annum, so which we don't have. We are not even very close to that. Now, while some manufacturing capacity has come up in the country, and there are I think about 15 plants already operating or already set up, but most of them are not able to operate. They are shut this last 1.5 years, 2 years. They've not been able to produce much at all. The main reason is because of the high cost of the feedstock. Now, biodiesel can be produced from various feedstocks, but the most popular in India has been palm stearin, and this was dependent on largely upon imports of palm oil. We do not allow cooking oil, or we do not allow edible oils to be used for production of biodiesel, and therefore that domestic production or whatever we produce domestically then cannot be used for producing biodiesel. The other raw materials are tallow, which again is not in such a large supply, and most of it gets exported because the price outside the country is probably higher, so people find it much more lucrative to export than to supply to the domestic biodiesel industry. Possibilities of production are also there from acid oil, and then the other experiments which we tried from jatropha and various other oil seeds or various other raw material, that also has not succeeded because we couldn't do that mass scale production. We couldn't get that crop in that mass scale or those quantities which are needed to make a sufficient impact. So recently we've been concentrating quite a bit on used cooking oil, used cooking oil, if all of it is collected, then it does offer a potential of making about 200 crore liters of biodiesel per annum. So, amongst all the feedstocks which are available for production of biodiesel, the most promising seems to be used cooking oil. And recently, the oil companies went for an expression of interest, and there were some 60 companies, 60 plants to come up, and they signed their letter of intents with those organizations who want to set up those plants. Some few plants have come up also, but now again on UCO also they have run up with a little bit of a problem, because in India collecting UCO is not easy. It goes into either it gets sold back into the slightly, you could say, the cheaper restaurants. They buy that oil, and though it's legally not allowed, they still use it, or they or it goes into the soap industry, or there are alternate places also. But the biodiesel industry is finding it difficult to collect UCO in quantities which they want to collect. And recently, there have been amendments made in the policies by the concerned agencies, because of which now it might become even more difficult, because UCO has been allowed for larger other uses also. So now the biodiesel industry feels that probably it might become even more difficult for them to get UCO to be able to make biodiesel. So the oil companies, Indian Oil, Bharat Petroleum, and HPCL, they have been procuring biodiesel for several years now, and they used to come up with tenders, and they had slightly difficult procedures. So the biodiesel manufacturers used to keep blaming that the procedures are difficult, plus rate is low, it's not in sync with the price of raw material. So the procurement system has recently been changed by these oil companies, and now they, instead of doing tenders to determine price, they are fixing the price. So very recently they have fixed the price for biodiesel produced from tallow and all these palm stearin and all at 77 rupees a liter, which is much higher than the price which they earlier they were paying less than 60 rupees. So there's been a very major jump to account for the high price of raw material in the market in the last 1 year. And they have also increased the procurement price for biodiesel produced from UCO. So there also substantial increase they have given. I think it's 64 or 65 some price they have fixed. So they have now given a much higher price. They have made the process very simple. So there is no tender now. It's just a price announced and anyone can supply. So for the domestic manufacturers, things should become much easier. But even with this, the domestic manufacturers still feel that probably the raw material is not available and the price is high, and also a little bit of a difficulty there. So what I see is that for biodiesel, as feedstock is limited and it's not available in India in huge quantities, the countries which do huge quantities of biodiesel are countries which are producing huge quantities of palm oil or such feedstocks within the country. Those countries are doing much better as far as biodiesel is concerned. Government has been very liberal as far as biodiesel is concerned, because government allowed sale of biodiesel for blending by the biodiesel producers also. And that too, there's no licensing from Government of India. Was just the permission is required from the state government. But this provision has been misused on several occasions, and there have been complaints that some people are importing some other products and selling them as biodiesel. Now those are sometimes some kind of machine oils or some oil which they import. They import with a different name and then they sell as biodiesel. And because if they import like this, then excise and the VAT etc. they manage to escape, and there is a huge tax, so that gives them a big leverage and huge margins, and probably they are able to sell. If diesel is selling at say 86 rupees, if someone is able to sell at 70 rupees, there'll be a big market, and he may be importing at 30 rupees or something. So this provision of allowing people to sell has been misused in several states, and huge quantities have been imported, and sometimes probably even construction equipment users may be buying this, even though warnings have been issued and a lot of messages have been sent, newspaper, everything. There were raids in several states, Gujarat, even in Maharashtra, uh, that this can damage equipment. There have been cases where equipments have been damaged also, but still somehow this spurious biodiesel sale continues. So we recently have been asking the oil companies, the main oil companies, to also start marketing pure biodiesel, because uh, with pure biodiesel, probably they can give a little bit discount also on diesel. It can be a little bit cheaper, because if because taxation plays a very major role here. Taxes are quite high, and after blending, if it is if it is blended with diesel, then there is a VAT applicable. So because of that, the total price goes up. But if pure biodiesel is sold, then there's just 5%. Now GST is only 5%. Earlier it used to 12%. Now it's just 5%. There's just 5% GST. So with that, probably the price can be kept a little bit under control, and a high price can also be given to manufacturers. So oil companies will start dispensing pure biodiesel also. So instead of blending, I think a better future would be for pure biodiesel, considering the taxation considerations. But then um, uh, we have to conduct studies to find out what equipments and what type of engines can take pure biodiesel. Blended, we know up to say 15% or 20%, B 15 and all can be taken by several types of engines, but this is something which still has to be studied, and IOCL R&D is also doing a study on this to come out and be clear on this. So the way the picture emerges, that unless we are able to get our UCO story clear, we may not have huge quantities of biodiesel production in the country. With slight changes in policy, at least the tallow which is available in India, instead of getting exported, can help in production of biodiesel, and we at least for construction equipment or such areas, not the main transport where quantity of diesel is very large. At least in these areas, probably biofuel supply may be possible, and we may also uh, have to think of other pathways to make either biodiesel or some additives which can be used along with certain other things. Uh, some people have also been suggesting methanol blends along with uh, maybe certain other things in diesel, or ethanol. In any case, we are trying ethanol with some additives. We are going to be, that experiment is going on, and one preliminary experiment has also been successful, because ethanol will get produced in huge quantities in the country. There is no doubt about it, because it gets produced from surplus and damaged food grains which are available in huge quantities besides sugar. So therefore that could be another pathway, and if we can do something with methanol, then there are several routes of preparing methanol. So I would say that while biodiesel from these 3-4 feedstocks, which we have been doing right now, is the best alternative, but quantities of feedstocks are limited, so we have to look for alternatives and think of other ways and means so that we can do, not only we can do blending in diesel, but also be able to sell standalone biofuel to the construction industry. And but immediately the quantities which are required are not available, and therefore more work will have to be done, more experiment, more thought, and more learning is required in this field. And but whatever is available, that whatever feedstock is available, based on that, I think in the coming year the production will certainly go up, because now the rate has been increased and availability will also improve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tarun Kapoor, for that deep insight into the ecosystem that you have so much of depth of understanding. And of course, in this summit, we will be touching upon these areas. Of course, the three panel discussions that will follow after this opening session. One is on the technology and regulatory implications of biodiesel adoption for CVs, which is more from a technical standpoint. The other one, which is largely going to address many of the points that you brought up, is the debottlenecking of the biodiesel supply chain and availability, where we have biodiesel manufacturers, but also others participating. And lastly, we'll also have creating a nurturing demand for biodiesel in the end user industry, which means the people in the mining sector or the bulk users of it. Our thinking as an industry was that, you know, we have a lot of users who have a bulk requirement of fuels, and hence biodiesel, and not only that, with more than 1 million equipment in operation in the field, and they are all, most of them are stage 4 machines. They all can use B7 very easily, and some of the engines can also use up to B20. So it's actually a product which are ready for you adoption of a more lower carbon impacting fuel like biodiesel. So our attempt with this summit is to try to bring down all the policy support that might be required from the government in all these three different areas, and a paper that will be finally out from this summit will eventually be presented to Mr. Gadkari, but also subsequently we'll follow up with the different ministries for support. I do not see any questions that have come in from the session so far, so I will skip the question and answer session. And since we are also 5 minutes away from the next session, with that, I would like to thank Alan and Mr. Tarun Kapoor, and I would like to request Vivekanand from Caterpillar, who will give the vote of thanks. Vivek, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, DK. At the outset, I would like to thank Mr. Tarun Kapoor, head ETAC, and then Mr. Alan Tolley, chair of high-level group of CO2, for taking the valuable time against their busy schedules to share their insights in the summit, which is going to pave way for the future of fuels for construction equipment in India. DK talked about two key aspects of the summit, what ICEMA is known for, that is building India's tomorrow. And as we do that, we do realize that we need to be environmentally responsible and strive towards a net zero emission. The second point, what DK talked about, is the summit is first of its kind, and every long journey starts with the first step. And we strongly believe that this is a step in the right direction to embark on a long journey, which will get us to the future. And Alan shared his key insights about CC's position in Europe. And CC and ICEMA incidentally has a shared vision. I noticed it, which is building tomorrow. It's only the India and Europe which is different. A shared vision can definitely lead to a shared mission. And I am sure in the coming years, the collaboration between ICEMA and CC can strengthen in this space to see how we can travel together in this mission. And key aspects, what Alan was mentioning that was striking was we need to really think holistic on the factors that lead to emission. And we need to think holistic on the emission as such, end to end. And we need to be mindful about the opportunities as well as the challenges. And we need to take cognizance of our CE, which is unique in terms of its use and energy consumption and the location where it is deployed. And we also need to lay down a realistic transition plan, both in terms of the steps as well as the timeline. So thanks, Alan, for sharing these. And I am sure these points are something what the working group would deliberate and then come out with the working plan. And Mr. Tarun Kapoor shared some of his insight, which was very useful because transition to the future of fuel is going to be dependent on various factors like what he outlined. One is the supply capacity, which is currently only a fraction of the overall demand. The raw material availability for the alternate fuel, because we count on one raw material, which is not going to be really helping us to meet the demand, and help for asking the industry to focus on alternate raw material and its availability to feed the industry to meet the capacity needs, the pricing mechanism, the distribution mechanism, the policy framework, and also the other alternate fuels. And I think these are some of the key points what Mr. Tarun Kapoor talked about. And thanks for sharing all these points, which the working group will take cognizance of and then deliberate in the upcoming session. So thanks for your wonderful insights, which serves as a very good pointer for the upcoming discussions of the panels, which can help us to get to an insightful outcome, which will define the future for the industry. With this, I would like to thank not only our guest speakers who took their valuable time, but also our panelist who is going to be coming in the next session, the Government of India, more importantly, Marth and MHI, who has been really just helping us to get to this summit, and delegates, which I see almost close to 250 plus delegates who are participating, without whom the summit won't be a success. Our knowledge partner BCG, sponsors, an industry association partner, which is BMAI and SERA, an institutional partner like ICAT, CSR, and ARA. And with this, I just thank each and every one of you for being part of the summit, and we will now get into the next exciting part of the summit. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. In the symposium on adoption of biodiesel and creating a roadmap for it for the Indian construction equipment industry, we have a set of 3 panel discussions which are lined up today to deliberate on different aspects related to this adoption and creation of a roadmap. I'll very quickly introduce the first panel, which will deliberate on the topic of the technology and regulatory implications of biodiesel adoption for construction equipment vehicles. Today, we are joined by Dr. Reggie Mathai, who's the director of ARAI, the Automotive Research Association of India. Dr. Anuradha Ganesh, the Director and Chief Technical Technology Advisor for Cummins Technology India Private Limited. Mr. Deepak Joshi, who's the Technology Director from Volvo Construction Equipment India. Mr. Julesh Bantia, the founder and CEO of Eco Green Fuels and the Secretary of the Biodiesel Manufacturers Association of India. And Mr. Arijoy Roy, who's the Head of Research and Development for Tata Hitachi Construction Machinery. Welcome to all the panelists. Look forward to your views on this very important topic, a topic on which the Indian construction equipment industry through ICEMA has taken a step forward in terms of charting out the roadmap and the pathways for adoption of alternate fuels. We as BCG have been supporting ICEMA as a knowledge partner. We've helped stitch together some of the discussions, the list of some of the discussions. We've carried a little bit of independent research, and basis that, to kickstart today's discussion, I would like to share a few slides that we have pulled together. Suchishmita Gunjan, I'll just probably present pages from my system. It'd just be helpful for me to control it. That's okay with you?
Yeah, we can see.
Yeah. Okay. So if you, Deepak, I just want to confirm that I hope the slides are visible to all of you as well.
Yes, yes,
Thank
we can see you.
So I think amongst the different fuel options that we had, and I think the question really was choosing between biofuels and some of the synthetic fuels, which emerge as some of the more immediate options. And we did hear Mr. Alan Tolley in the opening session also speak about the energy density aspect, and hence the greater viability of something like biodiesels for the adoption within the construction equipment industry. If we look at this particular fuel, I think there is a potential to reduce emissions a substantial percentage. Higher the blend ratio, the emission reduction potential is even higher. The greatest part that we found through discussions and through some of the literature research is that fuel such as this is very compatible with the existing fleet, with existing infrastructure, fuel storage as well as distribution. And hence, I think there are some concerns, etc., which we'll touch upon today as well in terms of contamination, aspects around cleaning, decontamination that need to be maintained. But overall, great compatibility with existing fleet and infrastructure, which helps the usage. Fuel supply potentially concerns exist today. This is a topic that will get deliberated in the second panel also that is planned for the day around augmenting the supplies. But overall, again, as a cost competitive fuel, and one aspect versus the other option that's there with hydrogen, vegetable oil or HVO, where biodiesel potentially stands a better chance and much better than some of the other fuels. What we heard from the industry quite clearly, usage of such alternate fuels for engines of this type, which are more medium to high load factor, either from load bearing capacity perspective or from a range or travel distance perspective. I think the key thing that emerges is fuels such as HVO, biodiesel, etc. Have a much higher energy density, and hence the storage space, the tank capacities that are required are potentially similar to what is there with the existing fuels. Some of the other fuel types such as e-methanol, DME, they have lower density, and hence there are implications on storage capacity. These are some aspects we would love to hear from you all today as well as we speak about this. Globally, there are many leading construction equipment OEMs who have already offered full warranty and also approved usage for up to 20% of the biodiesel blend for their entire equipment range. Here's a snapshot of some of them. We've got Case, Caterpillar, Cummins, all of them at a B20 level. There's been sufficient research testing. These numbers go back to periods around 2010, 2015 itself, and a lot of this work has been done and approved for a large set of equipment. For many others where full testing may not have been done yet, approvals are already still there at B5 level, which is a 5% blend level. And for some equipment, we also see examples of B100. Obviously, one aspect needless to highlight is having a very clear and stringent quality standard, which has been specified in some of these leading economies, and certification of suppliers as well to meet up and cater to the right set of specs. As we talk of this adoption, there are some challenges that we've heard, but at the same time and in the same breath, there are also options for amelioration of these challenges. There are treatment technologies available. One aspect relates to the NOx or the nitrogen oxide emissions from these kind of fuels, which also kind of increases as one crosses the greater than 20% kind of number from a blend perspective. This is due to the chemical composition of the fuel, but again, there are different treatment technologies, and let some of you who are technology specialists in this area comment on that and what treatment options exist. Similarly, from handling within the supply chain, again, at higher blend percentages, and what we've uniformly heard is that it's really the high blend percentage that often leads to some issues, but within a range of only 20% blend, there really is not so much of a challenge or issue at all. I think on that note, I think just wanted to highlight some of these aspects which have come up as we studied some of these elements. and looked at what potential options exist for biodiesel adoption. Wanted to kick off the discussion with the backdrop of these points. Um, I think in the esteemed panel that we have today, wanted to kickstart the discussion, Dr. Ganesh, with you potentially, just in terms of your perspectives as an engine manufacturer who's researched on this topic, looked at different aspects, your perspectives on the usage of biodiesel. What is the right level at which there is technical feasibility, and how do we extend this further? Would request you to kick us today. Thank you.
I wanted to thank you for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. At the outset, I think we must remember, and we all know that the biodiesel is one of the very viable alternate fuels. It's a green fuel and is amenable to be adopted by the industry using diesel as a fuel. And that's the reason why I still remember when we started talking about biodiesel some 20 years back, and we used to, when I was at IIT, I used to teach on why it is called bio and then diesel. So it's clear that it is a very good alternate to biodiesel. However, also looking at, if you want to look at some of the good properties, higher cetane number, better lubricity, solvent-like effect, it is an oxygenated molecule, and therefore it acts as a combustion improver too. Yes, the cal-val is slightly lower thanks to the oxygen in that. And however, at the lower blend proportions, it has very less impacts on the power and the torque. So as such, it is compatible in any diesel engine as such. There are challenges, of course, related to the performances as we go up in, towards the higher blend proportions beyond B20, B30, more so because you do see the oxygenated amount going up, and therefore you will see per volume the calorific, overall fuel calorific value going down. And also you see the increased NOx emissions. You showed methane, you showed some of those curves. And we have to therefore keep these challenges in mind. So essentially, as we increase the percentage of biodiesel in the diesel mix, yes, we do start to see some impact on the performance and on the emissions. However, it can be handled through internal treatments, combustion improvements, or external treatments, and or engine recalibration. So as such, if you ask me what is the feasibility of biodiesel usage, I think at lower blends it's great. Higher blends, it needs a lot of work. Does that answer the question?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I think very clear perspectives. I think a couple of additional comments would also be helpful. Dr. Mathai, from your vantage point, from an ARI perspective and testing that might have been done on biodiesel and different blend percentages, would you like to lend some perspective in terms of the technical feasibility and any other specific, regulatory aspects that one might have to keep in mind as one looks at biodiesel adoption within the industry?
I think if we look back at the history of this biodiesel, as rightly mentioned by Dr. Ganesh, it has been in vogue for last 20 years. If you see the IS 2005 regulation for the biofuels, B5 was specified in that very much there. Now, the challenge will come when we define, is it going to be a dedicated vehicle like a B20? Or is it going to be a vehicle that can handle the complete range? Because the B7 now is included as per the diesel spec. So 7%, as rightly everybody is mentioning, that the lower blend has not got any marked issues on the performance or the emission regulatory aspects. But as we increase, we have to really look into whether we have a special specification for it, or can it handle both the range? So if it is both the range, then both the testing at the both ends has to be done. Like it has to be done with the reference fuel with B7 and with the B20, if it's a B20 vehicle. So these are some of the issues that we will come to face. But I think the industry is supplying such vehicles to countries where B20 is now a norm. They are looking for B30 also, but then Do they coexist with a lower blend? That's a challenge. That's a challenge. I think that's all I have to add as of now.
Thanks, Dr. Mathai. From an industry perspective, I think we have the advantage of having you, Deepak, and Arijay as part of the discussion today. Would you respectively just want to share your perspectives first at an overall level without getting into the technical elements as such in terms of just the feasibility of biodiesel and where your research or usage across different kind of clients and customer applications, where do you see scope for application of this alternate fuel and the immediacy of it as well? How quickly can we switch?
Yeah, sure, Vedant. Well said by Dr. Ganesh and Dr. Reggie as well. As a Volvo, of course, industry has more or less agreement on this. And at Volvo, we always think, that we are a solution provider. We do not have a role of a machine manufacturer or a machine seller. We have to look towards the end customer. And for example, the rates of diesel are increasing. The consumption of petroleum diesel is increasing. I believe here we have a substantial role to play as a equipment manufacturer. And looking at the CE machines mainly, where we are using our machines, mainly our engines, machines use a high capacity of diesel engines, and which are normally run at a low RPM or low speeds, which I believe are the best fit for alternative fuels like a biodiesel. Of course, we have a certain plethora of another fuels as well, like LPG, LNG, CNG. But I believe, considering the storage and the usage and the distribution point of view, biodiesel is much closer to our sea industry, and that too, of course, in a blended on its neat form. But neat form, as we said in the beginning, we have certain challenges. But I believe as an industry and our machines, more or less we are equipped to take this challenge, with a lower blend to start with, and then do a kind of a collaborative approach to go towards a higher blend or towards the neat form of a biodiesel. This I would say from industry point of view. Maybe would like to listen from my other colleagues as well.
Okay, thank you all.
Vijay, yes.
Thank you, Nitin, for inviting me. Now, first of all, let me put it in that way. We are the end user of the engine. We are basically, I don't know, maybe there are certain shades of competencies, but we are not the manufacturers of the engine. And therefore, we are dependent on the government regulations to drive the engine manufacturers towards innovation. So this is the irony, paradox, whatever you want to say, this is the irony and paradox of a third world country where you have to import regulations and drive innovation. It doesn't come sporadically as it should have done in a developed countries. Now coming back to biodiesels, so you can understand that we are even if the engines are getting manufactured in India, the technology resides somewhere else, or the dictating R&D is somewhere else, and they are at this moment prescribing B7. They are not prescribing anything more. Warranty is guaranteed with B7. But that should not have been the case, especially for biodiesel, because India, given its natural resource country, a very rich country, should have been leading and should have been exporting this biodiesel towards, the others where they have made it regulatory. So, yes, there are issues regarding NOx, as you said. There is issues regarding storage, but let me put in the construction equipment. Though in the CEVs we have already gone for BS4, we are still waiting to hear the regulations on the tracked excavators. So tracked excavators, whether NOx at all will play a role or not, we really don't know until and unless there is a drive from the industry, or sorry, the regulatory bodies. So my initial remark would be yes, our engine manufacturers are willing to honor warranty up to B7, whatever may be the reason, and they are still in the R&D mode for the higher blends. Though I feel India should have led this R&D in this regard. This should be my opening comments, and then I would invite the questions from the others so that we can take it forward. Thank you.
Very clear, Rajat. I think what we are hearing broadly is that till B7, which is anyways the blending percentage that is done for biodiesel in the industry, obviously the overall percentage reduces given the supply side issues. I think there is clear compatibility. There is the warranty extension that is there. I think feasibility, from what we've been hearing, what we've been reading, I think there is overall scope up to the 20% levels also, and it's beyond 20 where I think the curves really start tipping, and different treatment options and technologies need to be provided. I think on that note, I just also wanted to mention to the audience, I think you can use the Q&A button up top on the right hand side, I think, to post on chat your set of questions. Towards the end, we will try and keep 5 to 10 minutes reserved where you can ask specific questions depending on what you hear or what's there on your mind, to the audience as well. It would only make us richer as we stitch together the industry's perspective and roadmap for the construction industry. Moving on to the second question I had for the day, I think again would like Deepak and Arijay you to react. I think you all are part of a much larger global ecosystem. I mean, either with technology principles being there, or just being embedded as a BU or a unit within a larger construction equipment company. I think from what you've heard, what you've seen, what might be some of the best practices or any examples where you already think biodiesel as a fuel has gotten adopted in some of the countries? Would specifically like your reactions from counterparts or colleagues you might have had in Brazil, United States, Indonesia, where we've seen the biodiesel numbers from a current blend percentage already are very high, and with significantly high commitments also there in the immediate years. So our equipment they're already running with biodiesel. What's happened there, and any specific technology changes that have had to be done in the equipment to kind of adopt or adapt to such higher levels of biodiesel blend percentage as well. Maybe Deepak, you first, and then we can go to Arijay, and maybe Dr. Ganesh also. Your comments would be helpful on that count.
Sure. See, we being a global company, that's the advantage for us at many occasions. So if I look at a global arena, well, we have certain, construction equipments like mid-size or a large size, let's say excavators or wheel loaders. So yes, there is a typical usage of a biodiesel blend as well as in a neat form, mainly in a North American market, Europe, Indonesia, Thailand, and of course in some other formats we also use in the rest of the world. So now taking into account, what we have every time when we decide an application, we look for a particular country regulation, a kind of a quality of the biodiesel or a source of biodiesel in that country, and the availability of the fuel. So taking into account these factors, mainly, in North America and Europe, we have applications for these machines, what I mentioned, mainly wheel loaders as well as mid and large excavators roughly. So we have, for example, tier 4 engine in US and Europe. We have blends up to neat fuel, even V100. We have authorized and we have recommended our customers to go for it. However, for stage 5 engines in North America as well as Europe, we are a little bit cautious, and it is somewhere around less. It's in a blended form, B8 or B10. Coming to Indonesia and in Southeast Asia, let's say Indonesia, Thailand, there is again the source of oil is biodiesel oil is mainly coming from palm, and there is again a supply versus demand challenges are there. So here we have recommended to our customers somewhere around B30 to B50, mainly for the stage 3 engines, what we say, or machines we say. And here we had a good level of collaboration with our engine manufacturers as well. And we are pursuing it a very high rate for a larger penetration in this market. Coming to India, well, I believe we have a strong demand from our end customers, because many customers do call us at some point of time and say, hey, we want to use this fuel, which is easily available also. But again, yes, where I believe in India, what I wanted to say is that we have recently come up with a stage 4 certifications. And with stage 4 certifications, what I feel most of our engines can take until B7, as already we are talking about it, without any change in the hardware of the engine. If we have to change, of course, there are certain challenges we need to work upon it, and teams are working on this. So I believe this is a global situation for India as well as the rest of the world for Volvo point of view.
Thanks. Arijay, from your perspective, any comments in terms of practices you might have seen in the larger Hitachi world, or other competitors you might have studied from the other geographies? Any thoughts in terms of this usage of such fuel already in such geographies, and any changes in the equipment as a consequence of that?
Yes, thank you, Deepak. I think I would agree with him. Our experience is as far as Hitachi is concerned. So we have experiences in Europe. We have some experiences in the dumpers in Australia. Not much in the Southeastern Asia. The main feedback which comes is that the fuel filters need some kind of modifications and some kinds of changes which Hitachi Construction Machinery has sorted out with the filter manufacturer. Otherwise, in the total hardware, there is no change. Of course, where we don't have the experience of NOx, I also don't see any issues up to B7 with NOx. However, once the excavator regulation comes into being and we start penetrating into the tracked excavator line, these experiences will unfold. At this moment, since our excavator market is still not BS4, so we haven't felt the need to go deep down into dig deep into that area and understand. But the problem is, or the situation is, that their warranty is guaranteed up to B7, and that is not by the equipment manufacturers. That is by the engine manufacturers.
Yeah.
So maybe in the subsequent discussions, wherever the challenges are there, if you can talk deep to some of the engine manufacturers, they would have been able to say in this off-road applications why up to now they are limiting their warranty up to B7. That would be more helpful. Unfortunately, we can only tell what we are learning from our collaborators. So not much that I can add to what Mr. Deepak has already said, except that some issues are there regarding fuel filters, but that has been sorted out. And since filter is a proprietary type of thing, those details are very difficult to get what exactly has been done to sort the issues.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Ganesh, I want to bring you in. I think from an engine manufacturer's perspective, I think as Arijay was saying, there is probably propensity more to stick to the B7 parts. But would you like to elaborate on some of the challenges and maybe also elements? I mean, this is a green fuel. This is an alternate fuel that is critical. Finally, from an emissions reduction perspective, there is a government push as well through the biofuels policy and overall 5% blending target by 2030, all of which sounds very ambitious given where we are at this point of time. But I think with some concerted efforts, we can definitely, go up on the curve some way, if not the whole way on that. But just from an engine manufacturer's perspective, what might be your thoughts and comments in terms of what you've heard, and any good examples from across the world which you'd like to highlight as well?
Okay, so I would address it, this question a little differently. I think what we need to understand, and if we go by what Dr. Rajiv Mehta also said, The moment I want to certify an engine for a specification, then those specified fuels also need to be available, and the fuel specs also need to be available. Okay, that's one thing which we have to keep in mind. So, and then we also need a good infrastructure. We need the biodiesel for those blends available to ensure that, there is a large scale distribution which will control, which will have good regulatory blending, which is also a big question mark, to ensure that there is, and I'll give you an example. For example, we have big fleet owners, and this is not necessarily CE equipments, but we have pockets in the country where we have the 100, and that's taken and that is blended. So there has to be a lot of regulations for the blending, regulations for the fuel quality in the field, and all of that really impacts the engine performance. And regulations are not relaxed, they are there, and therefore it's very important. And when an engine manufacturer gives a warranty and guarantee, it is basis the fact that fuel will be available and the fuel quality and the regulatory blends will be maintained. I'll put it that way. I'm not, I think, our Volvo expert, and they will all agree to this. So that's very, very important. But as far as Cummins is concerned, yes, we have approved for large set of engine models for up to B20, but we do mandate that B20 fuel should meet the ASTM specs, and also sourced from a B100, which is also a certified marketer. That's the way I'll put it. If that helps.
Yeah, I think, within the literature also, I think that's very clearly highlighted. I mean, both the ASTM standard as well as the requirement for the suppliers to be certified.
So
I think on that note,
even if you want an engine manufacturer to do something, it's very important to ensure that the engine manufacturer is putting in a lot of efforts, but to even simply certify it, we need the fuel specifications, right? You need fuel with the specifications.
got it.
I echo with her. Yes, I echo with her in this case, because see, it's not, it could be something like chicken and egg story. You never know. As we do not have those standards, probably we haven't gone for it, or probably if you have standards, you will chase for it. It's fine. But then, yes, I believe, larger scale, yes, we do need that. And I believe earlier forums, etc., we had some opportunity to talk to Dr. Tipsey as well. And I believe Mr. Reggie will touch upon that. It is some action plan is already there, but yes.
Can I add to this? Ma'am, thank you very much for your, yes, this specified fuel is required. Ma'am, we would like to know what challenges you foresee, meaning as India as a country where, we are adopting technologies already tried out elsewhere. What challenges you see and what opportunities you envisage going forward with the constraints in which the off-road equipments work? What are the kind of risks which you cannot foresee, which prevents us from going on this aspect full throttle? That because that thing is somewhat a gray area to us.
Yeah, I think since you're asking the question directly to me, if it's okay with the chairperson, I can answer this question, right? Directly. I would look at it. I think the availability pan-India is very, very important. You're talking about a sector which is going deep down. All right, it's going into the interiors. You're talking about a construction and equipment which is going to be there everywhere. So therefore, if you are talking about an engine which is going to run on a fuel, we have to ensure that pan-India, that blend is available, and let's go slow on it. We don't even have B5 now. We don't even have that yet. And I think that's the challenge. It's not the challenge in terms of manufacturing or getting it certified or having a protocol for certification. I don't think that is the problem. The problem is, do we have so much fuel? And where does the fuel come from? Do we have so much oil seeds? Do we have so much raw material? Believe me, again, I'm so sorry. I every time go back to my IIT days. 108 oil seeds were identified by KVIC at that time. And how many did we pick up from there? We left everything and we went to Jatropha, which is not an Indian fuel. All right. So I think we need to be more systematic. We need to look at more options for, more raw material for conversion, and that's not enough. We don't want everything to be converted. India is very careful in not approaching the edible oils. We don't use soya bean, whereas US does. Germany does. We don't use soya bean because it's an edible fuel. All right. So we have to be careful. We have to ensure it's not a medicinal fuel, so neem oil is not available to us. We have to be extremely careful in which oil seeds we pick up, which region we pick up, how do we characterize, and do we blend it? I would say, do we characterize it centrally? I think that's very, very important before we disperse it. This is a total researcher, professor speaking, much more than a Cummins person speaking. Thank you.
No, that's
Thank you, ma'am.
helpful
Thank you,
as
ma'am.
well. And I think on that note, just wanted to bring in, the other member of the panel, Julesh, from a Biodiesel Manufacturers Association representation perspective. Some of these technical implications, challenges that we've been hearing, the blend percentages, and this whole aspect of assuring quality. What would be, your perspective around ensuring, and maybe some implications for the industry in terms of ensuring this consistency in quality and consistency in supply? And obviously, there's a second panel which we have following this one, which deliberates further on the supply landscape, with sticking to the technology part and what you think might be some of the comments you might want to add on to the technical feasibility of the fuel, and especially this theme that we've heard around consistency of standards, the quality of the fuel itself.
To thank ICEMA to have given us or creating this platform where we as biodiesel manufacturers can come, sit down, discuss, deliberate, and also share our knowledge on this fuel, which is such a beautiful fuel actually. And the world over, they've started even blending fuels, blending biodiesels, and they've transformed basically. India is yet to do that on a large scale. There are many points that my esteemed panelists have discussed, and I'd like to touch upon those points. Foremost is that when you take the international considerations, let me highlight this point that the biodiesel manufactured there are all of ASTM D6751 standards. What we are doing here and what we are proposing is a BIS 15607 grade. So there is a specification difference in this, where the BIS specifications are 96.5% purity of biodiesel, whereas the ASTM standards are 97.5% purity. The purity level in the European standards are the highest. But here in India, we have started producing biodiesel at BIS 15607 grade. Not that we are not technologically sound to produce ASTM standards, but the cost of biodiesel shoots up by another 10 or 12 rupees per liter. So we don't have that leverage in India where people are ready to pay, a premium on biodiesel. So, which is why that holds us back to make biodiesel only to BIS 15607 grade. So this is that point where I wanted to reply to Mr. Arijoy. Yes, at B20, as per my experience that I've been doing biodiesel for more than 12 years, we've seen customers starting from B5 and are using biodiesel at B100 today. They've moved out of their diesel and using biodiesel, but that's a transformational phase which takes about 4 to 6 months, where the end users first try upon by B5 and B10, and then they have moved towards B100. Yes, there is a problem with the filter choking. There is a reason for that biodiesel behaves like a solvent. It tends to clear off all the sediments that are formed due to the use of fossil fuel, and that sediment is potentially arrested at the filter level. So this is the reason that end users have to change the filters for 1 or 2 rounds of biodiesel, and that depends on the blend also. If you're using a nominal blend of B7, B10, we don't see a problem of filter choking so soon, because the sediment removal, is not that much with lower blends of biodiesel. When you use higher blends of biodiesel, yes, your filter chokes, and it's a good sign, basically. and the filters have to be replaced. On the other front, if you look at the other side of it, European countries need high quality fuel because on distilling the biodiesel, when you distill the biodiesel density too comes down, the viscosity too drops down, and that's useful for countries like Europe where it's not a tropical climate. In India, we have 8 months of tropical climate. BIS works well. It's a little viscous when compared to the EN standard fuel, but it falls into the range where it is anywhere between 3.5 and 6 centistokes. It's a little about 5 or 6 or 7% more dense than diesel if you take that, but it is miscible in diesel. So you don't see separation of fuels when you blend the biodiesel with diesel. So this is to start off with. I think if there's any clarification that somebody wants from a biodiesel manufacturer, I can definitely reply.
That's very helpful. That's very helpful. I think we had another 20 minutes and had 2 more questions to kind of just go around panel and discuss. I think Dr. Bhatt, I just wanted to bring you back into the discussion, on the subject of certification and testing of engines with the biodiesel. If this were to be taken, different blend percentages were to be explored. What might be some of the implications for the industry, in terms of certificate? Is it a whole new protocol or a new set of tests and processes that have to be carried out? And, any thoughts around how the process could be streamlined as well, and especially on the perspective if there's any recertification required, because believe the industry has anyways gone through a certain recertification journey in recent times. What might be thoughts in terms of adopting this new fuel? Does that add a new compliance burden on the industry with a new fuel?
We have some experience with now as we are looking ahead with ethanol, especially the flex fuel, and we are thinking about like bringing in E20. So we have some roadmap, very clarity on that, what all tests are there. But when it comes to the flex fuel, the both ends of the fuel has to be tested. Means if you are saying that it will be meeting E23 and maybe the E84, then both ends have to be tested. That's why I was asking that question again, are you going to put a dedicated this thing or are you going to give a band? So if you are going to give just a dedicated fuel, it will be tested at that fuel itself and certified, and that procedure is everybody knows about it very well. But if a vehicle is if already a vehicle was certified for say B7 and they have done some modification and just submitting that, okay, we have only changed the fuel and now only the fuel parameter is to be concerning the fuel parameter has to be evaluated. It has to be discussed, but I think a much lower testing can be thought of, means like maybe the emission performance, the sound related, because the fuel impact the sound, maybe the sound, maybe the gradability, if there is any drop in the calorific value significantly, then the gradability. Few of them maybe we can only just, but this can be the stakeholders. We have a very good method of what we can say formulating a standard or a regulation where all the stakeholders come together, they do the deliberations. And that's why it is a very mechanism where everybody comes to say what is at stake and how well we can avoid we also don't want to load it unnecessarily to anybody. So that is very clear for most of the people in that case. Moreover, particularly in the last AIC, when we were thinking about revisions on GSR and the regulatory norms, not only the biodiesel, particularly for the CE equipments, which we are thinking about, but all the other fuels, because as of now, the alternatives are not mentioned in them for the construction equipments beyond a range. So most of these alternatives we are trying to include in one shot so that they can think about it as and when they are available. But the challenge of availability is again a key one, because I think the manufacturer has to make certain changes in the components and all. Does it have a cost implication? Are they ready for it? Because when we talk about flex fuel and all that, until and unless the availability is ensured, nobody wants to venture in and make those changes and make it ready without a clear roadmap before them. So if we have a clear roadmap of how the fuel is going to be made available in the long run, I think everybody will be ready with good solutions and which are customer for the value for the customer as such.
Super. That's very clear. Dinesh, you want to make a comment here?
Yeah, there's some 2 or 3 points that I missed. Sorry. One pertinent point was that Madam was talking about the availability of fuel across India. Yes, her point is valid. We have moved. Today we are about 35 manufacturers of biodiesel in India, and all of them are members at the Biodiesel Manufacturers Association. And I, on behalf of my association and all those manufacturers, would want to assure that we are trying to reach as much as possible, to the furthest nook and corner of India to supply these fuels. I was told about this issue by one of the technical advisors at ICEMA that I have to, we need to look at this, and on one side, if ICEMA takes a decision of moving forward and then the biodiesel is not made available, then the whole program is a failure, for which I have mentioned that we are about 35 manufacturers, all are competent enough to give you BIS 15607 grade, and we have a delivery distance of about 250, 300, 350 kilometers radius where we are competent in supplying that much of to that extent, So obviously, yes, we need to strategize that and try and reach as much as location that we can. Second, on the raw material feedstock, yes, the whole the program of biodiesel started with non-edible seed oils in the early 90s, and we moved to non-edible seed oils. We had a number of varieties. Karnataka, the Karnataka State Biofuel Board came out with a lot of species of biodiesel to be made that can be used, biodiesel species that can be used for making biodiesel. But later on, at that point in time, the technologies also were nascent. We were not competent in making biodiesel from high acid oils. So much so that the largest biodiesel manufacturer, the biodiesel machine manufacturers, called Desmet Ballestra, they too didn't have a technology. If you look at people in Europe, for them, high acid oils is a second generation feedstock. But for us in India, high acid oils is the first generation feedstock. We are handling oils like used cooking oil. We have rancid oils that comes out of the refineries. Europe is now getting into all that because they have they're making biodiesel from edible oils all this while, and that's the most easiest feedstock to convert anything to biodiesel. And we as such are much ahead of those times, and Desmet is now making machines that can convert high acid oils to biodiesel. But we have a lot of indigenous technologies where each manufacturer has come out with his own way of converting biodiesel, raw material to biodiesel. All one has to take care is to understand the raw material and see how we make the raw material, the fatty acid, the free fatty acid converted to triglyceride, and that triglyceride has to convert to biodiesel. So there's some kind of an approach that we need, and we are quite ahead of the Europeans in terms of handling that also, ma'am. So please do not worry on that. On the engine manufacturers front, Mr. Arijoy had some concern. I would like to give you some good news. We've already started discussing with IDEMA almost parallelly when we started discussions with ICEMA. So I've spoken, we've had a round of, I represented the association and spoke to about 4 or 5 people from IDEMA, and they are also initiating a dialogue further with us, want us to understand more on how engines work and vice versa. They also want to know the fuels. So I think we are going in a good direction. We are working with IDEMA as well, and probably things could work out better and sooner.
I just wanted to bring the discussion back once to the point around certification and some of these regulatory aspects. Dr. Mathai shared his perspective, and also that there is a stakeholder consultation approach to, kind of fixing the right certification testing procedures. But on that aspect, Deepak, Dr. Ganesh, Arijay, would you have specific thoughts or inputs which kind of can be a bit of a thought starter from that perspective in terms of adoption of this fuel?
Right. I can go after you, Deepak.
Yes, right. Yeah, I just wanted to say a good level that, a dialogue can happen on this topic. What I was looking forward for, yes, as like what we said, for neat fuel or a B100, we have a straightforward standard which calls for IS 15607, and we have clearly defined process and we can commit to it. Now, similar way, when we look at global scenario, we have, let's say, for certain denominations, let's say B7, B10, B20, 30, we have certain separate standards for this. So if those are available, I think, of course, one is the technology, second one is the supply demand, but then, manufacturer wise, the customer can choose from either of this and then comply, and then our engines are complied to it. I believe we can start usage of this. So there could be one request to Dr. Reggie Mathai, of course, from this forum, and we can continue to have a dialogue, Dr. Mathai. But this could be one of the requests from our side, that it could be looked into this, and we would be definitely would like to participate, share some of our knowledge, what we have gathered across the globe, and can be a play a role we can form in this. Second one is also we are looking forward for when we are having, let's say, 1 million, around roughly 1 million CVs are there on the road, we say machines and dirt. So that machines, if at all we have to start making use of these lower blended options, then we are looking forward for some kind of a support. Or if we have to use, let's say, for CEV4, which we have recently certified our 16 odd products, let's say, then we are looking for some ease of certification, and which we need to have a collaborative approach. Means many a times what we have is a repetition of, let's say, a compliance demonstration. So let's say, as you said, exactly noise or some other areas, but let's say if we are quite comfortable with the engine certification, and then the machine at certain points, but then can we ease this process of certification? That will be immense, advantageous for the industry as well. So these are a couple of points which I wanted to add here from industry point of view, but looking forward for a dialogue, Mr. Mathai, with you in near future for sure. This is not the only forum to talk about it, but well, humbly, I would like to put it forward to you. Yeah.
Dr. Ganesh?
Yes, Dr. Ganesh.
So thank you, Mr. Bhantia. I will give some comments on this, but before that, you said you would be able to provide all the biodiesel manufacturers together are going to provide it to the farthest part. Can you, just an inquisitive question, what is the percentage blend that you think is possible? Should it, when you say pan-India, should it be 5%, 7%, 20%, 30%? What is the expectation that we can keep basis your statement?
And it's
So
always
that's
safest to start with the B10. It is always very safe to start with the B10. To that extent, we have an installed capacity altogether, an installed capacity of more than 10 lakh liters per day. So looking at that, and obviously all these plants are capable of scaling up their production units, provided there is an order in hand. I don't know how much you all know, but the biodiesel industry currently is representing itself to the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, asking them for better payments in terms of better pricing for biodiesel. So this industry hasn't grown much, not because of the non-availability of feedstock. Those are years ago. This issue was prevailing about 8 or 10 years ago. But now the raw materials are available, the technology is available. You have a multi-feedstock plant that is put up all over. But the problem is that we're not, the pricing factors bothering us much. The government isn't coming forward. We've put it in we've also handed over a white paper recently, and the copy of which I've also given it to ICEMA to see how the government can come forward. That's one point. B10 is a good choice to go forward with without any hindrance, because I know that these vehicles are performing on, or they're functioning on a very remote area. So it's always good to start with a B10 and then move to B20. And I think, yes, I guess
the fuel is going to be
an
available.
individual decision, man.
It's worth thinking.
Sure, madam.
Yeah. The second
Please,
question that
I
again,
think,
because what your emissions will follow, the regulations will follow is, since you're talking about various technologies to convert the raw material to biodiesel, and you're talking about high free fatty acids, and I understand what you're saying, that we don't have just the edible oil, but the other impurities which are we have indigenous technologies you were talking about. So I think you would agree that it's all the more important to have a very good specification and quality control of the of the biodiesel which is coming in. Having said that,
Yes.
Dr. Rajiv Mathai, when you say about the regulations, I would just preempt here that I think it's important that we have a relook at the emissions useful life, a relook at especially the alkali contents which we may want to tolerate, etc. So all I'm saying is I think the regulations may have to have a slight relook if we want to certify at all, blends is what I need to say. Just a thought.
Okay, Arijay, I think you've been trying to make a point. I think we'll just one last comment on this one, and then there are a set of questions that have come up through the chat. We just want to point a few of those to you.
Okay, just quickly 2 points. One, ma'am, we will and we are facing challenges even with the low sulfur fuel. When we are talking of tracked excavators for BS4, we initially had a very, very bad experience when we used direct injection engine, and we are overcoming it because again, low sulfur fuel at that time when I was talking maybe 3-4 years back down the line was not available. The automatic regulations have not come, so we had to make that challenge. So I think that challenge can be overcome regarding the availability, of course, if it is very well standardized. The second thing regarding the the calorific value, I don't know how it translates into the machine power, the braking capability, and that the safety norms which will also be tested along with the machine vehicle performance norm, that also we need to do some bit of trial before we stamp on the the gradability, and this is the gradability, because even now in the homologation front sometimes the readings which comes from our outside
We are not able to.
Arijay, we lost you. We lost you for the last 2 minutes. Arijay? Arijay, sorry, we lost you on audio. Okay, I think maybe as he comes by, there is some challenge with the audio system there. But I think a few questions have popped up on the chat window, and I
10 or
wanted
whatever it is, do the research, then
Arijay, sorry, we're losing you intermittently on the audio. It's on mute now.
So I just wanted to say that I also feel there will be some unexpected challenges coming once we start the safety norms, especially the braking capability, the gradability, and that has to be seen very carefully before we put the final stamp on the standard. So as ma'am says, first the fuel standard has to be specified. Then with that fuel standard, with some kind of experimentation, the machine performance standard has to be specified, and then we can go ahead.
Okay.
That's all.
I just try to just cherry pick 2 questions. We've just got 4 minutes before we have to hand this over to the next panel. It's been great, rich discussion with all of you. I think enriches our point of view and perspective, which we can build upon further as we work towards this roadmap. I think one question, maybe Julesh, you could take up. I mean, how does one ensure the quality of biofuel is consistent, considering that the content of vegetable oils may vary in different kinds of biofuel crops? So, given feedstock variability and quality, etc., how's that kind of accounted for by the process? I think that's the question. One of the questions. Your thoughts on that, please?
Basically, what affects the biodiesel quality with related to the raw material is the NOx that I've seen mostly. You have higher NOx when you use biodiesel for using soybean or rapeseed or any other soap stock. But whereas you have animal fat, where this is a saturated fact, the NOx is less, in that case. Otherwise, speaking ordinarily, all fats are capable of getting converted to biodiesel. You have free fatty acids, which we have in acid oils, for example. The free fatty acid, we call that as FFA, or the acid value. If the acid is about 80 to 85% in these rancid oils, what we do, we follow a process called a ionization process, where we convert those free fatty acids to triglycerides and bring it down to less than 2% of free fatty acid from 85. So that's the first stage of the process. Then the triglyceride is then converted to biodiesel. So biodiesel as such can be either BIS or ASTM, or you have EN standards of fuel. All you have to do is to manage the feedstock well and make it convertible to biodiesel. So I don't see much of a difference in that, except that NOx is less in saturated fats compared to unsaturated fats.
Okay, and maybe just
Sorry,
one last question. I mean, just wanted to bring in a bit of your perspective, Deepak, Dr. Ganesh. Any sense you have? There's one question out there with regards the implication of adoption of this fuel on aftermarket repair and breakdown cost of machineries. So, any sense or view on that? Because given the life of such equipment is something that impacts the total cost of ownership of these equipment as well. So, any thoughts or view on that?
After you, Deepak.
Well, I know I was just firstly reacting on the question of the quality of the fuel. What I felt is that when people are asking the question about quality of biodiesel, this is not, they're talking mainly about the consistency, or what we say, performance when we do this, produce this biodiesel consistently. Do we have a consistent check on the processes? For example, globally, it isn't just an observation. Globally, we do have certain standards or process of manufacturing. There is a conformance to the process of manufacturing. Obviously, it comes under various different departments. Probably it could be MOP and G, for instance. But then we do have such standards. So if those are there in place, probably the quality of the fuel which is coming up probably will be a very good, and people may not have this question, which is probably is in the doubt of the mind. People do have this. So that's the one thing. Sorry, you wanted to react something, Village?
No, sir. Yeah, no, please continue. I missed out on that point. Absolutely, I missed out. I missed the bus. I talked something else. I think I was asked something else.
Yes, so that's the
the
point.
process.
Dinesh, I'm sorry, we'll just have to cut it here. We'll run into we'll conflict with the second one. Maybe just a quick OEM or engine manufacturer's point of view on aftermarket that was asked. We could conclude the panel with that and then hand it over to the next panel.
I don't touch much again and again and make uncomfortable to Dr. Madai, but then yes, it is mainly as long as we have standards and we comply to it. I believe in India we can use those. There is no doubt about it. And today I believe as a team we are in the formulation of those standards. So once those are there, I believe it could be a really good option to go for it at a blend level. So that's what I can say from industry point of view. Maybe some more comments here.
No, I echo his thoughts, and I would say for the fact that there is a warranty and guarantee given up to that, the after market would be as similar as to that of diesel. Anything more, it all depends on the fuel specifications, fuel quality, and the development opportunity basis. That's what I would put. I would actually call it a development opportunity, because the opportunity comes only when the fuel is available, and the fuel is available with the specifications. And of course, a relook at the the regulations. Yes, definitely. Estimates.
On that note, thank you very much. Sorry, Anija, just running short of time on this.
So we
very quick
just
comment.
one thing. So we have to put a lot of impetus on training also, and that we are doing. Basically for BS4, we have done that, and so we have to continue that training also. What are the do's and don'ts, and that has to be spread to the length and breadth of the country. What are the do's and don'ts? I think with that it is possible.
I think great thoughts. Thank you all for your wholehearted participation and contribution in this panel. I think many different thoughts to build on further. I think the aspects of quality, this consistency in that. I think the general consensus that on the low blend percentages there potentially isn't much of a challenge or issue, or equipment is already tested and available, and work to do further and further development approach that is there as we look at adoption at higher percentage levels. I think they're well established, and I think the assurance that's there from the manufacturers association as well for the quality of fuel. I think on that note, I'll conclude here. There's a second panel that we kickstart or should have started by now. Would request you all to join there. That deliberates on the very important aspect of the supply landscape. Absolutely critical to realizing all these aspirations that we are stating for ourselves in terms of upping the biodiesel adoption. Request you to join that. And once again, on that note, thank you to all of you for your participation. Very helpful to all of you.
Thank you all of
Thank
you.
you all panelists. Thank you.
2009 में सैनी ग्रुप ने भारत में अपनी कंस्ट्रक्शन मशीन्स बनाना शुरू किया। सैनी ग्रुप ये मानता है कि गुणवत्ता से बदलाव लाया जा सकता है जो दुनिया को बदलता है। इस मुख्य मिशन को ध्यान में रखते हुए हम व्यवसाय और समाज में अपने योगदान के हर पहलू की गुणवत्ता के प्रति अपनी ऊर्जाओं और संसाधनों के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। सैनी इंडिया सुविधा आधुनिक मशीनरी से सुसज्जित है जो उच्चतम स्तर की सुरक्षा और उत्पादों की गुणवत्ता को सुनिश्चित करती है। सैनी इंडिया भारत में मिट्टी के काम, सड़कों, लिफ्टिंग, ड्रिलिंग, कंक्रीट, खनन, बंदरगाह उपकरण और पवन ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र को पूरा करने वाला सबसे व्यापक उत्पाद पोर्टफोलियो प्रदान करता है। गुणवत्ता की अथक खोज ने सैनी इंडिया को पिछले 4 वर्षों से क्रेन और पाइलिंग रिग के क्षेत्र में नंबर 1 स्थान पर बनाए रखा है। सैनी इंडिया समय समय पर इस बेहतरीन लाइन को आगे बढ़ाने और बिल्कुल आरंभ से प्रारंभ कर एक सफल कहानी लिखने में सक्षम है। एक कहानी जो एक साधारण से असाधारण की ओर जाती है।
First of all, thanks for everyone who has tuned in. I believe we are live. We are here for this very, very important panel discussion on biodiesel and how to debottleneck all supply chain issues with respect to. We'll have a detailed discussion on the topic. We have a very esteemed set of panelists, which I will introduce. But more importantly, we also have Shri Sunil Kumar with us, who is the Joint Secretary Refineries from the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Sir, are you on the line?
Yeah, correctly. Thank you, Pastor.
Okay, great. Mr. Kumar, if it is okay with you, why don't you set the context and then we will deep dive into the overall panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Pastor. Esteemed panelists, my fellow working Ramakrishna. Biodiesel is a very good topic to have today because if you see the production of biodiesel from industry, it is from 11 crore liters. I'm talking not about the biodiesel produced for blending. Total biodiesel produced in the country. 15-16, it was around 10 crore liter, and it went up to 31 crore liters in 1920. After that, it's coming down 7 crore last year, and this year also it's going additional whatever quantities, seeing month by month. So we had also had quite brainstorming on this topic, and we are also grappled with the issue. But what to do about the feedstock ability for biodiesel production in the country? So this topic rightly addresses debottling and availability, which is required today. So regarding availability, we had many discussions. We saw that UCO is another possible source from which we can get around 200 crore liters of UCO-based biodiesel.
but recent change in utilization of UCO, I think last week some circular was issued by FSSAI, which says that UCO having more than 25 TPC can also be blended with fresh oil and can be used. So that also is another issue which has to be tackled to increase the availability. Other source, apart from the imported palm stearing oil, we have been looking for TBO-based oils, another possible potential candidate, but there also the issues of supply chain is there because aggregation, collection, and availability for biodiesel manufacturers is a challenge. So from ministry side, we are very keen to keep on increase that. So I see that there are a few experts also who are working in this field. I hope this panel discussion will bring forth many ideas and discussion. There is another point that feedstock for biodiesel has competitor. The competitor is sustainable or bio-ATF also, apart from traditional usage of candles, soaps, etc. So there are too many takers for this feedstock. So the challenge is huge, but I think it's right kind of technology, right kind of initiatives, and policy direction from our side will help ease out. Thank you for my side, Kasper. I think we can start from here.
Thank you so much, Shri Kumar, for your very enlightening views. Very helpful to set the context for, like you said, a very, very important panel discussion. Before we deep dive into the questions, I just wanted to take a minute to introduce the panelists that we have. We have a very esteemed set of panelists. We start off with Mr. YB Ramakrishna, who is an expert member of the Working Group on Biofuels, MOPNG, and also the chairman for ICEMA, Working Group on Debottlenecking Biodiesel Supply Chain and Availability. We are also joined by Mr. Shiva Vij, who is the Chief Executive Officer of BioD Energy India Private Limited and also the Vice President of BMAI. We are also joined by Mr. Saurabh Dalela, Associate Vice President, Product Integrity Test and Validation, JCB India Limited, and the co-chair of ICEMA Working Group on the topic. We are joined by Mr. Neil Karani, who is the President, Monopoly Innovations Private Limited and Treasurer for BMAI. And we are also joined by Mr. B. Raut, who is the DGM at Alternate Energy and Sustainable Development, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Once again, thank you to all our panelists to join in. My name is Kaustuv Verma. I'll be the moderator for this discussion. I'm a managing director and partner with the Boston Consulting Group. If we move to the next page, please. Some of this has already been shared by Mr. Kumar, but for the sake of repeating myself, I would just say that there is a tremendous need to grow biodiesel in India purely from a sustainability perspective. I think the climate change that we are seeing almost on a daily basis has made it imperative that we start looking at alternate fuels, and very soon thought will need to be translated into action. From a biodiesel perspective, that action basically means a 50% growth in overall diesel consumption, but almost a 50% CAGR growth in biodiesel consumption. So if you look at the chart on the left, what we are trying to say is that right now at a 0.1% blending mandate, we are at 10 crore liters of biodiesel in the overall mix. However, that number will need to increase to 775 crore liters by 2030 to meet A, the growing demand for diesel, and B, the blending mandate of 5% from a biodiesel perspective. So that jump from 10 to 775 is what I was referring to as a 50% growth year on year to achieve targets. As some of you may know, that reaching the 775 will come from three levers. One is new biorefineries. Unfortunately, there have been no new biorefineries in India since 2013. Even the existing plants, because of feedstock availability and pricing issues and policy issues, they are experiencing very, very low utilization of close to about 30-35%. Some of the Jatropha-based biodiesel projects failed to start up, and many of the OMCs had to close their plants because of insufficient yields. And last but not the least, the current industry status is still very nascent and susceptible to global vegetable oil prices. So one key theme that we will have to look at is how do we drive capex investments in the sector, and also look at how do we utilize the capex investments that have already been made in the sector. So that is one key takeaway. The second is that UCO is going to be one of the drivers of feedstock growth for biodiesel in India. UCO is logistically very, very complex, and hence the sooner we start, the better it is for the overall nation. We do understand that the OMCs are in the process of floating an EOI for the procurement of biodiesel from UCO. So that space will have to be watched. But again, the second thing is that UCO, unlike some of the others, is slightly longer gestation. And if we have to use that as a key input for biodiesel manufacturing in India, then we'll have to start very, very soon to scale up. Last but not the least, there is no investment or commitment that has been announced till now to increase capacity or utilization rate, and that will largely depend on some of the discussions that we have today, and what shape does the biodiesel industry take going forward. If we just move to the next page before we deep dive into the questions, this is just a breakup in terms of where the feedstock for some of the big producers across the world is coming from. India, of course, is largely dependent on animal fat, on UCO, but mainly on non-edible industrial oil, which is palm stearine, as many of you would know. However, if you benchmark that to Brazil and EU, there are two things that stand out. One, of course, is that there is a much more healthier mix of feedstock, which is more proportionate. That is just for all of you to see on the page, that there are more sources which are available in countries like Brazil and the European Union. The second, of course, is that the agricultural feedstock in the form of soybean oil or rapeseed oil form a major component in terms of the overall feedstock mix for those two regions. And hence, that is one of the things that we'll have to very seriously look at as we look at scaling the overall biodiesel scale in India. With that, let me move to the very interesting panel discussion that we have lined for today. I will start with you, Mr. Y.B. Ramakrishna. Am I audible, sir? Mr. Y.B. Ramakrishna? Hello?
Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Yes, yes, good. So, sir, I hope you were able to listen into the conversation
Yes.
till now. But my first question really is on, given the kind of focus on the upcoming biodiesel industry in recent times, where do you think we have lagged as a nation in terms of policy implementation? How can we work around to improve the same and get to some of these levels which are being shown for countries like the Brazil and EU?
Okay. Let me at the outset thank ICEMA for taking up this subject and having created 3 working groups and also organizing today's summit. I think you have asked a very valid question. I would like to give a little historical perspective to the whole issue. We started the biodiesel mission by the Planning Commission of India sometime in 2003. Unfortunately, there was an overemphasis on Jatropha, and the biodiesel mission did not really look at the other feedstocks that were relevant even at that point of time. And the way the biodiesel mission implementation was planned was also quite faulty, irrespective of, in spite of the fact that a lot of feedback was given to Planning Commission, they didn't do anything about it. In 2008, Government of India came up with a biofuel policy. The first policy came up was in December 2008. And we all know that we had set a target of 20% blending by 2017. It was good to set a target when we were for the first time talking about a policy. But then, it was felt at that point of time also that it was quite unrealistic, basically because, we had not really created a roadmap as to how do we get there. What are the different feedstocks that are going to be used to get to 20% blending, and where do we get this kind of feedstock from, and if there are any kind of gaps that are there, how do we address this gap? And this kind of lack of understanding of feedstock supply chain, I think was one of the primary reasons. Even after having known quite well that we need to take initiative with regard to short-term, mid-term, long-term steps for addressing the feedstock-related issues, we had no such program. We had to wait until 2015-16, and for the new biofuel policy in 2018, for us to really think of some low-hanging fruits like UCO and a few other feedstocks that we are talking about. So in 2003, with the hype that we created, so much of investment that went into the biodiesel manufacturing facilities. Unfortunately, as you rightly pointed out, most of these facilities are underutilized, and new large facility has come up. Now, another important aspect that I see is even as of today, many of the kind of bottlenecks that we are talking about today have been quite well identified, I would say, ever since we started the biodiesel blending program. But I think, while some steps have been taken, say, for example, looking at UCO availability, FSSAI has been roped in, and a new regulation has been put in place, trying to create some kind of a, robust, dependable supply chain, etc., etc. But keeping in mind the kind of 5% target that we have and the huge amount of biodiesel that is really required, my gut feeling is that, even the pace at which we have been trying to address the bottlenecks, or the pace at which, or the process that we should have begun by now for creating a roadmap has not really started. So I would just stop at this, and then let me take more questions as we move.
Sure, absolutely. So thank you so much, Mr. Y.B. Ramakrishna. I think one point which you are making very clear is that while there has been a target which has been made in the past, I think this time around the target of 30%, of 5% by 2030 is an aggressive one, and we are already behind in terms of some of the measures that we need to take if we are able to, or if we need to achieve a target which is as aggressive as that. Let me come back to you on another question, but at this point, let me bring in Mr. Vij. Mr. Vij, am I audible?
Hi, Kaustav. Yes, I can hear you. Am I?
Yes, absolutely. You are very audible. I think one part, Mr. Vij, is around how do we bring in new capex investments? What do we do organically to increase feedstock in India through various agricultural crops? Can you throw some light in terms of if there are existing facilities which are underutilized? What are some of the regulatory unlocks which will be required to really push that utilization up and also help further capex investments to come into the country in the industry?
Thank you, Kaustav. Firstly, I would like to thank ICEMA to organize this summit, all the delegates of the various ministries involved, in order to start this renewed conversation on blending and consumption of biodiesel, in order to bring down carbon emissions in their respective industries. A warm welcome to our delegates, speakers, panelists, and participants. It is an honor for me to share the podium along with industry stalwarts. Good evening to all, good afternoon to all. Kaustav, in order to answer the questions, it is very important for us to understand the challenges around feedstock before we can talk solutions. But even the solutions are simple. And in order to address the following issues, these solutions are highlighted later. Biodiesel is a sunshine industry which had shown tremendous growth in India pre-COVID, as also mentioned by Mr. Kumar right in the beginning of this talk, with many new manufacturers, traders, etc., joining the industry, and many new manufacturers who have started supplying biodiesel to the OMCs for the blending program. In 2020, when COVID started wreaking havoc across the globe, is when we saw the shortcomings of the India's biofuel policy. It is important to note here that the import and export of biodiesel in India is banned as per the biofuel policy of 2018. As most of us are aware, more than 95% of India's capacity is based on palm stearin and animal tallow. COVID-19 and weather patterns fueled a commodity rally across the globe, with the most impact seen on the vegetable oil complex. We saw prices of palm oil more than double in a period of 6 months, fueling the sharp increase of price on the entire veg oil complex. And tallow followed this trend, with prices more than doubling as consumers switched from palm derivatives towards animal fats. This commodity rally did not spare the international prices for biodiesel as well. We saw price of biodiesel in Europe go from around $1,200 pre-COVID to $2,200 in Q3 21. It is also important to note that the export of animal tallow is allowed and not restricted in India. Due to the sharp increase in biodiesel prices in international markets, we saw many international biodiesel manufacturers purchasing large quantities of animal tallow from India for their own use in order to manufacture biodiesel and sell in the flourishing European markets. This made it impossible for local manufacturers to compete with these international players, as prices offered to the local industry by OMCs were well below the international markets, and the local industry, not being allowed to export, has ever since been struggling to survive as various policies compete with each other at the expense of the local industry. Today, India has about 1.2 million tons of installed capacity, which is currently all idle and at the brink of collapse. Then we have multiple issues with the way pricing is done in the local market. One, previously the tender set a price for 1 year, which is a big risk for local manufacturers as the price of our feedstock is daily traded and fluctuates heavily. We would like to thank the Ministry of Petroleum, the OMCs, as now we have agreed to do pricing on quarterly basis. This will definitely see larger volumes towards the blending program, as the comfort of us manufacturers and the risk to set a price for 3 months is much lower than to set the price on an annual basis. Two, the OMC pricing factor. The OMC pricing factors in a very low cost of production, and this needs to be altered as per the real prices of the industry's consumables. Our consumables such as methanol, gas, utilities are also daily fluctuating, and the pricing formula that the OMCs use to factor in the price of the cost of production should definitely factor in our consumables and how they fluctuate on a daily basis. Three, biodiesel needs to be treated as a green fuel and not a cheaper alternative to diesel in order for this industry to flourish as it is done around the world. We need to ensure that biodiesel is looked as a greener, cleaner fuel and not as a cheaper alternative, as I just said. In order to increase utilization of capacity, in order to attract new investment into the biodiesel space, BMAI, which is the Manufacturers Association, recommends multiple ways to kickstart this. Number one, we recommend dynamic pricing strategy to be agreed on. Biodiesel price should always be linked to the price of our feedstock, and the fluctuation in price of our consumables should be factored in and made dynamic rather than set for a period of time. We need the policy to focus on keeping all local feedstock in the country in order for the value to be kept inside our borders. We recommend a blanket ban on export of animal tallow, similar to the ban we have in place for used cooking oil. This will ensure that we start treating our local feedstock as natural resources, because we have access to a lot of animal fats, used cooking oil, which we recommend to be kept inside the border in order for us to convert to biofuels and use our already existing capacity and start supplying towards the blending program of the OMCs, which gives multiple benefits from a socio-economic perspective. We take away waste, we convert biofuel, we reduce GHG emissions, we substitute imported diesel. So when we use these local feedstocks, convert to biodiesel and supply to the OMCs, it gives multitude of benefits to entire nation, not only to us industry as manufacturers, but it gives a lot of socioeconomic benefits to the entire country. If the government cannot do the above, then we should at least be allowed to export our end product, giving the local industry a fair and equal playing ground, competing against international players. So I believe, in summary, there is ample feedstock available. Number one, to utilize the current installed capacity. I think the discussion around pricing and dynamic pricing should be looked into. Once we are able to find a solution to how the pricing mechanism works within the country, I see no reason for us not to utilize our current installed capacity or even add more. The Biodiesel Association has submitted a white paper to the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, which outlines all the above points and various short-term and long-term goals, actions required for this industry to flourish. And Kaustubh, coming back to your point, in order for us to utilize our full installed capacity and attract new investments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vij. You make a few very important points. First, I think common knowledge that without capacity utilization, we won't have a supply chain. I think that's the simple law of how supply chain and logistics work. So capacity utilization of the existing facilities is going to be a key metric going forward. The second is that there are a lot of regulatory unlocks which are needed. It is definitely not a utopian world that we are living in. There is a lot of distance that we need to cover. Some of it, like you said, has already been done through the discussions that you all have been having with the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas and the OMCs. But still, there is a lot of headroom for improvement. At this point in the discussion, let me bring in Mr. Karani, both from the perspective of BMAI, as well as from the perspective of one of the other feedstocks, Mr. Karani, that we have, which is UCO. UCO currently and even going forward is going to form an important part of the overall feedstock mix. What are some of the challenges related to UCO that impact the biodiesel industry today? And what are some of your thoughts and suggestions to overcome these challenges, Mr. Karani?
Thank you, Kaustubh. And thank you, first of all, for inviting us and giving us this opportunity. And thank you to the Ministry of Heavy Industries and Road Transport and ICEMA for organizing this summit. I would like to also give my greetings to the panelists here, Mr. Ramakrishna, Mr. Raut, Mr. Dalela, and Mr. Shiva. Thank you very much. See, the used cooking oil collection program, it began in 2019 in a mainframe with FSSAI giving an initial approval to around 8 companies to collect used cooking oils from various food business operators in India. Today, that number has increased to a staggering 40 companies, and many of which are not even registered biodiesel manufacturers. So today, the biggest challenges that the used cooking oil industry faces in India are 3 points that I would like to ponder on. That is essentially traceability, enforcement, and pricing. So when we talk about traceability, I would like to point out that world over, used cooking oils are mandatorily to be disposed responsibly. And there is a mechanism which has been prescribed to ensure that every gram of used cooking oil which is disposed or collected is traced back in its entire value chain. In India as well, there are such mechanisms available, and they have been developed and implemented on a pilot scale. And BMAI as an association has also taken various initiatives to ensure that an effective implementation of such mechanisms. This is essentially to ensure that the oil does not go back into the food chain, and so there is a need to implement this immediately. Secondly, when I talk about enforcement, enforcement is also a very big concern. Today, used cooking oil is being diverted to many other industries, like was earlier pointed out, like the lubricant industry, the soap industry, and mainly back into the food chain, where the food business operators, they are giving back their used oils to street food vendors and at a price which is cheaper than the fresh oil which is available. So there is a need for a stricter enforcement and regular checks which are conducted at the food business operator level, at the restaurant level, or at the hotel level, and also at the ground level where the food safety officers and the FBO should be held accountable for the disposal of the used cooking oils. And this used cooking oil should essentially be handed over to biodiesel manufacturers, which was the primary reason why this entire program was kickstarted. Also, what we as an association, we also suggested that the food safety officers who are on ground, they should be given wider powers to ensure that the UCO is not diverted back into the food chain. And finally, pricing is one big issue again, as we have been talking about pricing for other feedstock. Because used cooking oil has come into mainstream in the last 2 years, the restaurant operators, the food operators also have started treating used cooking oil not as a scrap material, but something to earn money out of from, you know. So that's also a big challenge. So many large food business operators also now have started publishing tenders for scrapping or disposing their used cooking oil. And just to give a perspective, the starting bids of these tenders are usually around 20% lesser than the fresh oil prices. For example, palm oil today is in the range of around, fresh palm oil is in the range of 110 rupees a kilogram, and the disposal tenders in some places have closed in excess of 90 rupees per kg of used cooking oil. Plus, then you add your transportation cost and the collection cost, which also now is making used cooking oil also quite unviable today, based on the quantities that are required. So finally, as an association, what we suggest is that primarily to get UCO back into the mainframe and to actually start controlling prices and doing this entire enforcement and checking the traceability. When I spoke about 40 companies having authorization to collect that oil, it is requested that FSSAI, as the nodal body for used cooking oil today, they revisit the authorizations that they have given to these companies, and mainly genuine biodiesel manufacturers are actually given that enrollment rather than a blanket permission to anybody and everybody to collect that oil. This will just ensure that there's an effective implementation of the entire used cooking oil collection program in the country. That's about it. I mean, this is what we feel, and this is what the implementation is requested.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Karani. I think the governance point around the entire UCO value chain is coming out very clearly, whether it is enforcement, whether it is looking at only the right parties who can do this and not fly-by-night operators. So I think the overall governance around UCO, while it scales up, is going to be absolutely critical to see the success of this particular feedstock from a biodiesel perspective. Let me also now get in slightly different perspectives on end use, I would say, with both Mr. Raut as well as Mr. Saurabh. So, Mr. Dalera, coming to you first, one of the questions purely from a construction equipment perspective is that what are your perspectives in terms of how the biodiesel can actually be applicable only to construction equipment or construction equipment manufacturers? Because, you know, biodiesel has many other uses as well. But, you know, are there any thoughts around how biodiesel can be used for construction equipment per se, and what are some of the things that can be done around it?
Yeah, thank you, Kaustubh, and thank you, everyone, for joining this very exciting session and making it very much, interactive, and also a lot of things are coming up which is good for all of us. Coming to your question, Kaustubh, I think my view is like this, that the journey of alternate fuels for the CEV sector can actually be much faster than the automotive journey. The reason is that the mobility is not an issue over here. For example, when the Honorable Minister talks about a road from Delhi to Mumbai, he also talks about the gas stations to be situated every 50 kilometers, right? Whereas if we talk about converting the whole mine into a usage of biodiesel model, we probably need just one station per acre, or let's say for 2 acres of mine, we need just about 1 or 2 stations, or maybe a little bit of dispensing units. And the business model is also assured because the business is assured, etc., etc. So The journey of alternate fuels will be much faster in CV sector compared to the motor vehicles. That's take number one. Number two is we all come from a template of thought process of the fuel being delivered. So we have an import of a fuel, we have refineries, we have depots, and then we have transportation, we have distribution. That's how we perceive a fuel industry. But as we move ahead in terms of alternate fuels, and India being India with full of diversity, I'll just take you to a story of bio-CNG right now. For example, there are a lot of rural pockets, villages, who, to my surprise, have already started creating their own bio-CNGs and also started using them themselves. So they are not looking forward to any kind of a distribution setup or any kind of a thing. Similarly, as I can think about it, that the mines and quarries will have their own units for doing the blending part, for also having the rates fixed for the biofuels, and rest of the things would automatically follow. Now, the obvious question comes out that who's going to regulate the quality of blending or the quantity of blending and also the quality of the fuel? I think the mine operators, and this is where the role of the government becomes of very prime importance from the governance point of view, but also in terms of mine operators, it will be very important for them to regulate the quality and quantity, because they can't afford any kind of a downtime of any nature. So they for sure are going to regulate this themselves, because their machines should be absolutely functional. So my view is that the distribution of CEV sector is very much possible. We have to just strategize it and also operate in pockets. So wherever we are rich on mines and quarries, there at least we can kind of operate the whole thing. We can further hear from the Honorable Minister tomorrow what their plans are, but this is how I perceive the alternate fuel journey for the CEVs.
Okay, so Mr. Dalila, I think one point which is I think insightful for many of us who are listening in is that purely from a CEV perspective, you see the adoption to be less challenging as compared to mainstream, because the demand, whether it is mines or other industrial places where CEs are at work, they're almost like captive demand, which is great to hear from a, as I said, end user perspective. Let me also bring in Mr. Raut from IOCL. Mr. Raut, very good afternoon. We have heard the role that OMCs have played in the overall biodiesel journey in India, and what is the role that OMCs can play potentially going forward. Just to start off at a, I would say high level, what are some of the OMC perspectives in terms of biodiesel, and specifically keeping in mind that, many of the OMCs are now looking at climate neutrality, they're looking at net zero. The announcements have not been made, but still, there's a lot of push in terms of looking and evaluating net zero targets. What are your perspectives in terms of the overall biodiesel market here in India?
Good afternoon, Kaustav. At the outset, let me thank you, ICEMA, for organizing this biodiesel summit and also inviting me as a panel member, panel speaker. So coming to your point of OMC plan and OMC perspective, OMC are certainly seeing biofuels and thereafter biodiesel as a production, as a pathways for reducing net zero. We are all the oil and gas companies are preparing their energy transition plan, and biofuel is certainly going to play a significant role for achieving that net zero ambitions. As you kindly aware that biodiesel is non-toxic and biodegradable and having good properties. It can reduce around 66.1 gram CO2 equivalent per megajoule. So that is the potential of biodiesel, and if it can be leveraged, then as per that Government of India targets of 5% blending by 2030, it will certainly give an impetus to our net zero target. And OMC have taken quite a few steps to promote the biodiesel industry per se. We have simplified our tendering process. We have registered now continuously registering bidders who are biodiesel industry members into our long-term plan. That is 5-year registration process is on. Every quarter we are inviting UI through UI. We invite to new players who have set up biodiesel industry to be registered as a with OMC. And among that empaneled vendors and empaneled registered bidders, we give the quantity bid. We give our requirement of biodiesel at our locations. And till now, ONC have developed around more than 50 locations for blending biodiesels. So, pan-India basis, every corner we are there for biodiesel blending in the west, north, east, and south. So all the corners we have mapped location-wise in our depot and terminal for blending biodiesel. Also under the MOPNG directives, we are also planning for B100 as a standalone fuels. That also we are looking into that segment also. So OMC is there to promote biodiesel in a big way. However, as other members have already expressed that feedstock availability with right price is a major challenge. So that has to be looked into, and on that angle, we are also into some kind of, we are developing certain dynamic pricing. So that also coming very soon. So once that sets in, then we'll also get some good quantity of biodiesel we are forcing through dynamic pricing. So with this, OMC are looking forward and positives on biodiesel perspective.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mr. Raut. So, it was good to hear from the various panelists on the different perspectives. Let me again bring in Mr. Y.B. Ramakrishna. From the perspective that, till now we have spoken about demand, we have spoken about UCO, we've spoken about animal tallow, but, there is an important part of the overall value chain, which is feedstock production within the country. And Mr. Ramakrishna, just wanted to hear your perspectives in terms of that if we have to meet the blending targets by 2030, which is 5% of, the overall 15,000 crore liters that we were talking about, who do you think will need to shoulder the responsibility for production of inedible oilseed feedstocks? Right now, I'm not talking about UCO, I'm not talking about existing facilities, but organically, if we have to grow oilseed feedstock, who should be responsible for it?
Thank you for that question. Before I start answering the question itself, as rightly pointed out by the other panelists, there is enough feedstock, which I would call it as low-hanging feedstock, whether it is imported palm stearin or UCO or animal fat or whatever it is, and we have enough feedstock to address the needs of the existing capacity, which is only 1.2 million metric tons. So if you were to do 5% blending by 2030, my gut feeling is that we would require about 5 million metric tons of biodiesel to meet those kind of a requirement. So obviously the low-hanging fruit is not sufficient enough to meet our needs. So we have to really think in terms of what other feedstocks we have to look at. So I see that we have to think in terms of one, a short-term whatever we are trying to do with low-hanging fruits, fruits. I mean, his feedstock is the short-term steps. The issues that are there, the problems, hurdles which are there have been quite well identified. We have to remove that so that the full potential of the low-hanging fruit is utilized. And as far as the midterm and long-term solutions are concerned, it's very important that we identify the new feedstock. If we are really looking at biodiesel as a feedstock, then we have to really look at one, in the midterm, we can think in terms of the short gestation non-edible oilseed crops, which can be grown by our farming community. And when we talk about the short gestation oilseed crop, I think Ministry of Agriculture plays a very important role here because they are the one who have been working closely with the farming community in the country. And in fact, they do have a good experience of working with them on the castor oil. So if the farmers can grow castor, there could be many other crops that can be grown. But when we talk about their role, it becomes very important that we identify right kind of 3 or 4 different crops for different geoclimatic zones. We may have to do some trials, and then we have to come up with a program for making the farmers get involved in the production of such kind of crops, for which there has to be a certain program. I would think that this will be a program. If you start today, it will take about 3 to 5 years or 7 years before it starts yielding some fruits for us. So the midterm itself takes about 5 to 7 years. And this has to be done by Ministry of Agriculture. And we have quite a bit of land where the farmers have been raising only one crop during monsoon. And that land can be utilized to grow a 4-month or a 5-month kind of a crop by the farming community, which also brings in additional income for them and enough feedstock for the biodiesel industry. And the second, the long-term thing is looking at making use of our degraded land, and also some of the agricultural land where it can be, some tree-based oil seeds can be integrated in the agroforestry model, as well as it can be grown on the lands where the land is not being utilized at this point of time for agricultural purpose. I think here there are 2 ministries which play a very important role. One is Ministry of Environment and Forest, where they have a very large plantation and afforestation program in the country. Even in the forest, when they take up afforestation, it is possible that a whole lot of those trees that they try raising under these programs can be a non-edible oil tree species, which can be easily grown by them. And all over the country, Ministry of Environment and Forest, through their departments in the state, have the agroforestry model, which they are working with the farming community. Here again, they can give a big push for the tree-based oil seeds. The other ministry which can play an important role is Ministry of Rural Development. They do have quite a bit of a program under NREGA, where they have afforestation program, water conservation program, National Rural Livelihood Mission. For each of them, they have allocated quite a bit of funds. If you really look at objectives of many of these programs, this is quite in gel with the biodiesel program that we are talking. It can meet all the objectives of those programs, and if they can integrate TBOs in their program, if they can dovetail this program for TBO feedstock generation, then both the national purpose can possibly be met. And when we are talking about creating a new feedstock, generating more feedstock, we also have to really see that there is quite a bit of non-edible oil seeds which are available in the country. Quite a bit of our being is collected and processed into oil. Most of the oil is also being exported out of the country, and this is something that we can stop. But at the same time, if you make an estimate at the national level, sometime in 60s and 70s, there was some estimate that was done by Government of India. According to them, it was about 6 to 7 million metric tons of oil seed was non-edible oil seed was available in the country, but less than 1 million metric ton was being collected through various industries. Even today, I would believe that the amount of non-edible oil seed that is available in the market probably is a little more than what it used to be in the 60s and 70s. But if you really look at the amount of seed that is being aggregated and collected for any kind of an industrial application, it is still at 10 or 15% of what is available. So this is where I think the state governments can play a very important role in creating the collection centers and come up with some kind of a minimum support price for these kind of non-edible oil seeds, so that the wasted oil seeds can be collected. The Manufacturers Association also has an important role to play. I have been having discussions with BMA on this. We have to go to those areas where significant volumes of these kind of non-edible oil seeds are available, and start aggregating it and see how much of it can be processed. See, when we talk about green energy or biodiesel, biofuel, whatever it is, we talk about sustainability. So for the biodiesel industry also to be sustainable, it is very important that they realize that at least some 5% or 10% of the money that goes into that industry, has to go towards creating kind of a supply chain, which acts as the kind of insurance, and that will ensure the whole industry to become sustainable. So I think I brought out all those, most important aspect is involving the community in a very big way in producing this kind of feedstock. Otherwise, our requirement can never be met.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Ramakrishna. So, just one question to you, Saurabh, if you can hear me. Mr. Dalila, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think one of the points that Mr. Ramakrishna stressed upon was inter-ministerial coordination, because multiple ministries need to be involved. I won't say have to be involved, but need to be involved. What is the role that various stakeholders can play? State governments, ministries, in order to create synergy towards the progress of biodiesel supply chain in India. Your perspectives on the topic?
No, I think that's a very, very important subject that you've brought, and I think Mr. Ramakrishna briefly touched on that subject. See, from the industry perspective, certainly if we are making the adoption of B5, B7, B20, or whatever it is, there are certain investments involved in the long term. So, and there's nothing saying no to it, For example, we're not saying that we don't want to do it. It's just that we want to do it. But then the body language from the government has to be such that it should not look as it is appearing today that it's an initiative by Ministry of Road Transport. Of course, it can be an initiative of Ministry of Road Transport, but it has to be backed up by especially Ministry of Agriculture. And when I say Ministry of Agriculture, a lot of research is associated to it. For example, crop rotation, smart, agriculture, so that, we have higher amount of yield. What pockets are going to create what kind of sources of biodiesel is going to play a very important role. Similarly, Ministry of Petroleum, they all have to be seen together as a body language from the government side, so that it gives a lot of confidence that this is serious stuff. And number one, number two, and the statement of mine should not be in no way. I'm just putting a disclaimer. It's got no connection with the Farm Bill, but then still we will have to, and I think Shiva mentioned about this while he was speaking, that we will have to regulate the prices of this. We will have to give the due of the farmers to them. We'll have to put the price tag to whatever it takes to cultivate these sources of biodiesel. If you don't do that, we are missing the whole thing. So this is very important stuff that we are putting up the pricing tag in a proper way, and the quality tag also in a proper way. We're paying the right price and we are getting the right product. So Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of PNG, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, and of course our parent company as a sea industry is Ministry of Heavy Industries. So all of them should be seen together.
Yeah.
And also Ministry of Mining, I think somewhere they also have to kind of mandate that, we are looking for mines to be fully converted to biodiesel usage.
Yeah. No, thanks a lot, Mr. Dalila. Let me also bring in Mr. Vij on this point. I think we've spoken about pricing, but Mr. Vij, you also spoke about pricing in your previous response. But key question is how important is the role of pricing in the overall supply chain? I know, as I said, we've spoken about it, but specifically in the case of biodiesel and this being linked to the feedstock that we have, it is super important because we need to increase adoption. Your perspectives on the topic?
Kaustubh, commercially speaking, in the morning we also heard Mr. Tarun Kapoor in his note say that the OMCs have increased the price to 77 rupees a litre. Yes, we appreciate that. The prices have been increased by over 20%, but we don't miss that animal tallow is 76 rupees a kilo. So you have to add. I mean, I'm talking right now specifically animal tallow. As Neil said, palm stearin is over 100 rupees a kilo. So, I mean, manufacturers need to make money. I mean, first we need to break even. then we start talking about having a margin. So if there is no money on the table or pricing on the table, there will be no biodiesel supply. So I mean, without pricing, there is no more discussion. So pricing again has to happen in a way where it's linked to the feedstock. And as Mr. Ramakrishnan very rightly said, that right now the low-hanging fruits are what is available for us: animal fats, palm stearin, and we have that available in abundance in order to have a kickstart and utilize the capacity we already have. And if we have these things added in our policy, I don't see why we won't see new investment coming into the space. And if we have reached 1.2 million tons, I see no problem in us reaching 3, 4, 5 million tons by 2030. We still have a long way to go. So those possibilities are there, but the discussion first has to start with pricing, whether manufacturers are comfortable, the OMCs are comfortable, the ministries are comfortable, and it's a win-win solution for all. So again, key to any discussion, key to this topic going forward, all comes down to the cost of biodiesel and the cost that a manufacturer can get and the cost at which the OMC can procure. And I think only post that can we get into mandates or into consumption and into blend percentages, etc., etc.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Vij. Just on one slightly discursive topic, let me bring in Mr. Karani. We have spoken about the advantages of biodiesel. I think everyone knows, the impact it has in terms of GHG emissions. But there are some challenges as well, particularly with respect to NOx emissions. Can that be resolved through the appropriate choice of feedstock? Any perspectives on that?
So see, the use of any particular feedstock does not have any direct effect on the emission reduction of the end biodiesel. However, the biodiesel which has been manufactured from various feedstocks should be of high quality, and it should pass all the tests that has been prescribed, particularly India under the BIS standards. See, use of various blends of biodiesel have again proven to reduce emissions. For instance, some studies suggest that 1 KL of diesel emits around 2.7 metric tons of carbon dioxide. And today, India's consumption of diesel is almost 9 crore KL per annum. Whereas a usage of 1 KL of biodiesel would produce only 0.7 metric ton of carbon dioxide. Thus, if you see the difference in the carbon dioxide emissions, it's almost 2 metric ton per KL of every metric ton of diesel that has been replaced with biodiesel. So there is a significant reduction in only the carbon emissions. Further, biodiesel is also proven to reduce hydrocarbons, carbon monoxide and dioxide, as I said, even sulfur oxides, particulate matters. There have been various studies that have been done for various blends, starting even at a small blend ratio of 1% biodiesel, that is a B1 blend, which has shown significant reduction in emissions as well as particulate matter. So biodiesel is a potent weapon which it should be used to fight climate change and to attack global warming, and it should be treated as such rather than just be seen as a substitute for cutting costs. That has been the discussion that we have been talking about. Everything is boiling down to price today. So I would just like to add to what Shiva was talking some time ago, that today when we are talking about the raw material feedstock prices, which have almost doubled in the last 1 year, obviously the biodiesel cost has also gone up. So what BMAI as an association has suggested to the ministry is to come out with a plan for the next 10 to 15 years, where we can see prices of biodiesel which can be possible at even in the range of 50 rupees a litre from homegrown feedstock. Which is what the mission is for growing edible oil, non-edible oil seeds in the country. So it has to be a concocted effort. It has to be a plan which is put in action, where over a period of time the cost of biodiesel comes down. But today, as we speak, the cost of biodiesel is high, and if the biodiesel industry has to survive and it has to grow and sustain, then the oil marketing companies have to be realistic in providing a price which is related to the feedstock.
Fantastic. Mr. Karani, at that point, I think it's a natural segue to the next question that I was going to ask. Mr. Raut. Sorry for putting you on the spot, Mr. Raut, but provided that we are able to get over some of the pricing issues that our panelists have spoken about, we are able to resolve the supply chain issues, we have enough feedstock availability. OMCs have access to capital, they have access to large distribution networks. How do you think they can utilize this to really push the overall biodiesel agenda and consumption going forward? What's the plan?
Up to 2019, OMCs are doing at 5% blending. So 2019 May onwards, we have been resorting to 7% biodiesel blending as per the availability. So OMC are always keen to promote the biodiesel industry. And so far as pricing is concerned, and we are also working on a dynamic, as earlier I have mentioned, that we are working on that front also to come up with a dynamic pricing model. And regarding the vast networks, we have already developed our locations to handle biodiesel and blending. And we are also planning for that standalone fuel network also. We are planning on pilot basis. And in addition to this, we are also in discussion with algae-based biodiesel, which is quite potential. So we are also discussing with some of the technology providers or some of the other vendors who are into algae-based biofuels. So that are in the preliminary stage. So once that feasibility is established, then we can have some biodiesel out of algae also. So apart from that low-hanging eco-based biodiesel and animal fat, we can have some algae-based biodiesel also. So that is our ONC overall plan.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Raut. We are almost at the top of the hour. We are actually crossed the time that we had, but this has been very engaging discussion. I would like to thank all the panelists for their very, very insightful views. Unfortunately, this is a topic which you cannot solve over the course of 1 hour. But I hope through the discussion, there was more real knowledge that our participants and listeners were able to get because of the quality of panelists that we had. Also, the voice that I hear, the common voice that I hear is that there is a lot that needs to be done and there is a lot that can be done from an overall regulatory perspective, whether it is pricing, whether it is dynamic pricing, whether it is looking at export import, whether it is organic feedstock manufacturing through agricultural produce, and that becomes a case in point for how the various ministries are able to collaborate and really put their hands and heads together to achieve the aggressive target. Because one thing is clear, that it is needed from an end demand perspective. We heard that from Mr. Dalela, we heard that from Mr. Raut. It is needed and it is definitely a very important part of both the equipment side of things as well as from a OMC side of things. So we hope that we've been able to throw some light on issues, potential solves, on what can be done to really make this very important fuel a very, very core part of our entire energy mix. Thank you so much to all the panelists for sharing your perspectives and listening in. It has been wonderful to speak to all of you, and hopefully we will have an encore of this session and drive towards making our common dream a reality. Thank you so much.
Shiver out of the meadow. a very, very warm welcome to the esteemed panelists on this on this very important topic of creating and nurturing demand for biodiesel, specifically from the end user industry point of view, from the construction and mining equipment vehicle industry point of view. I think we have a very great mix of speakers here. And maybe if I can, you can take like half a minute or a minute to introduce ourselves. I think that will be great. Maybe I'll go last, but if I can start with Mr. Subodh, if you can start with you, and then we go forward.
Thank you. I'm Subodh Kumar. I've worked as Executive Director for Indian Oil Corporation, and retired from there in 2020. And for the last 1 decade, I was working on the area of renewable energy, biofuel, and petrochemicals. So, and biodiesel as such was one of the subjects what I was handling. So, post-retirement, I continued as an advisor to Minister Petroleum till October, few months back. Now I'm doing advising to several other groups.
Great.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Suhas. I am co-founder and CEO of a company called Biofuel Circle. Biofuel Circle has set up an e-marketplace for biomass, biofuels, and biofertilizers. We went live in January last year, and as of now, operational in 3 states in India: Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Tamil Nadu. I also happen to be an independent director on the board of Praj Industries, which is a technology company in the area of bioenergy. More than 30 years in the industry, several different industries, but have spent a lot of my formative years with a company called Thermax, and then later on set up a company which helped create platform for commodity trading and risk management.
Great, thanks, Suhas, for joining in. As the listeners can see that a lot of opportunities being created for entrepreneurs as well as we get into this. Mr. Rajan, if you are there, could I request you to introduce yourself next?
Hi, I'm Rajan. I head the plant and machinery department and sustainability departments. I'm also associated with this construction industry for about, say, 35 years now. I've been associated with very extreme weather conditions, like to minus, say, 40 degrees to plus 55 degrees. And yes, as a part of sustainability exercise, I look for a lot of other alternative energy sources. And I've pioneered having a kind of, what I can say, the captive solar power plant for a construction company, meaning normally we use DG sets and other electrical power. But then in our company now, for the first time, we started using the solar captive power plants. So that is how we are now associated, and our focus is more on alternative fuels. Let's enjoy this session. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Rajan. Mr. Pankaj, if you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, Abhishek and Gunjan, thanks to ICEMA and the industry to provide this opportunity to speak on the great cause and great directions on the biodiesel. I'm Pankaj Parathe, looking after R&D and new product introduction here in Sani Heavy Industries. So from the application side, actually, we are into the construction and construction equipment manufacturing and construction and mining equipment manufacturing, basically. I'm associated with this industry over last 18 years almost. So from the application side, for the usage side, I'm very much aware about what we need to do or we need to work upon, how much we have to put focus on the biodiesel implementation in the country. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Pankaj. And lastly, Mr. Patrick, if you could also introduce yourself from the Adani Group.
Good afternoon, everyone. Patrick Ellis. I'm the Chief of Operations at Adani Natural Resources, so I look after all their mining businesses. As you all know, Adani is a green energy company, and it's really focusing on promoting green energy. As an organization, we burn a lot of diesel by the nature of our operation, both at our ports and in our mining operations. So part of my portfolio, in addition to mining, is I also look after the sustainability portfolio and the introduction of new technologies. So we've been doing a lot of work into looking at alternative fuels that can serve our dual requirement. One is to be a commercial company that's profitable, and secondly is to improve our ESG performance and our environmental footprint. And I look forward to participating in this forum this afternoon.
Great. Thanks, Patrick, for joining. A brief intro from my side as well. So I'm Abhishek Bhatia, Managing Director and Partner with BCG Delhi office. I work primarily with metals and mining, over about 17 years of experience across various verticals in this field. So, I'm as much as from the consumer side of this biodiesel debate as you guys are. Getting into the discussion, I think the idea is that the nurturing the biodiesel demand in construction equipment industry as well as the mining equipment industry, specifically with the end users for emission reduction or sustainability related initiatives, will actually help increase and sustain demand for this biodiesel. So just as some thought starters, maybe I wanted to start with presenting just a couple of pages in case you can see the screen coming up on right now. So maybe I'll just present a couple of pages and then come into the questions to the panel on this industry. So as you can see on the pages that the emission reduction commitments which are there specifically from diesel intensive sectors, wherein the construction equipment industry as well as the mining equipment industry comes in. Most companies are making those climate commitments of either net zero or X%, 10, 20, 30, 40, whatever percentage reduction of greenhouse gases. And that is where this entire debate and this challenge on biodiesel comes forth. And as we go forward over the years, there is a chunk of companies which are already promised 2030 as the date across the globe. 2040, a lot of Indian companies have put in 2050, as the date. I think this is something which is going to become, a hot topic. And given the fact that we have panelists from a diverse industry set already here, who are already working and thinking through some of these questions, I think it is critical that this is definitely a important question for everybody in this entire value chain across, on highway, off highway, as well as diesel equipment and machinery suppliers. Given that, I think if I go to the next page, I think there is, there are 5 key levers that companies are using across in this regard. One, of course, is the efficiency lever. If I can use less fuel per kilometer run or per whatever metric that I'm using for my construction equipment, mining equipment there, or moving to renewable energy sources, or doing a full fuel switch, which is what would be the focus of our discussion here, from diesel to some of the other biodiesel kind of sources for heavy equipment. And of course, some of the other options which are there, which are still to be fully commercialized yet, including hydrogen as well as carbon capture and sequestration and storage, which can be leveraged by companies as we go forward. I think in the sequence of viability of those options, as it is, we are currently focusing on the top 3. And for this purpose of this discussion, we will focus on the fuel switch as we go forward. Sorry for that. Just as a thought starter, I think some of the countries are already working on this. So for example, Sweden, as an example, has already converted a significant portion, 30% of share of its transport fuel is biofuel. And again, with the focus of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And the way they have done it is through a mix of policy and fiscal instruments, including energy and carbon dioxide tax, state-funded climate leap programs, which have helped in building refueling points for biofuels, recharging points for electrical vehicles, funding dedicated program to the Swedish Energy Agency for fossil-free transport, as well as reducing vehicle tax exemption for heavy vehicles that run on alternate fuels. So, there are examples which exist globally as well of both policy and fiscal instruments which have helped in increasing adoption of such biofuels in an economy such as Sweden. So I thought we will just share these couple of thought starters and then now move back to our discussion. Maybe I'll just stop sharing. Yeah. Move back to our discussion with the panel, and I think I would want the panel to come in. So maybe the first question which I wanted to maybe ask Mr. Srinivas Rajan to come in first, as a reply. I think Mr. Rajan, Mr. Rajan, substitution or displacement of carbon-intensive fuels, such as diesel, with more environment-friendly alternatives like biodiesel, would be one of the prominent pathways, for emissions reduction. So, how has your organization thought of that? What are some of the challenges you foresee in biodiesel adoption, if any, which have you experienced in your organization, Mr. Rajan?
First of all, I'd like to thank ICEMA for this initiative and also the ministries for giving a good support for this. Well, you are aware that, I'm from a construction company, and this organization has about, say, 900 projects at any point in time. And we consume somewhere nearer to, let's say, around 1,200 to 1,500 crore worth of diesel annually. And, yes, we are going to be a big contributor, and the construction industry per se will be a very big contributor in reducing the pollution. So in the interest of, in the national interest, we must actually shift towards B30. Sweden, if it has shown the way, then I think our way is not far off. Well, as a user, I have certain experience. We started using this somewhere way back in 2006. There we did not understand at that time, what is blending and things like that. Straight away we went into use, and we suffered a bit by having some problems on the engine, like the choking of filters and some nozzles getting spoiled, and we somehow people started losing interest on that. But our sustained efforts, it gave some kind of comfort when we started using it for aggregate heating, like in road industry. You need to heat the aggregates, and we consume somewhere around 1,000 liters per hour per plant. Like that, we have about 20 such plants, and you can understand the amount of diesel that was being burnt. And we shifted towards furnace oil. Then recently we tried this one, what you call the biodiesel in that place, and we were very happy. It was giving a good result. There was no problem at all. It was very clean. It also had certain challenges. During winter, particularly, we could not use the same biodiesel what we were using during summer. So the agency who was supplying was willing to provide the different quality. We will be probably trying that. It is the recent experience for us. So we'll be trying the other winter biodiesel shortly, right? But one more thing happened was when we came across was the engine side, particularly, the consumption also went up. Apart from frequent clogging of filters and things like that, the consumption also went up. That's about 1.5 years back we tried, and that was also a deterrent for us. In one of the projects, we had the engine oil thickening little faster. So we just took a call within ourselves that let's avoid using this on moving vehicles and use only on some stationary equipment, like say DG sets and things like that. Well, we have specific issues. It's been discussed on at both the sessions now. Two other panels also discuss, and let me share a few issues as a user. The price inconsistency, which is the major thing. Like it's a crowded market for us. The construction industry has got different kinds of contractors, and we need, it's a very price sensitive one. So we need to have some kind of scientific pricing mechanism, and availability and consistency. See, what happens is when I call an agency, like he brings me 2-3 samples, another agency brings again 2-3 samples, and they are all different in color, smell, cost, and again performance. So where do I go to? Who do I So we need certain standards that this kind of biodiesel only can be there in the market, and this is how it is. Another issue over this is, like, if I ask a person who is there in Mumbai, he says that, yes, I will supply to you in any part of the country. Like, suppose I wanted it in Kanyakumari, I'll have to probably pick it from Mumbai. Or I want it in Assam, then I'll have to send all the way from Mumbai. So we need to know how easily we can get the thing. Today, if I go to IOC, he comes, he sets up a tank for me, gives me a diesel vending facility, and I don't have to worry at all. Whereas when it comes to biodiesel, how many tanks should I maintain? Somebody says 5, somebody says 7, somebody says 30, 10. Should I keep, should I blend all the things and keep in different or keep in one container? As you store the diesel for a longer time, rather biodiesel, what happens? Some moisture also gets added to, and that slowly degrades the unit, and that's also causing a big issue for us. You are aware when even normal diesel, when it is getting transported from the refinery to the user area, like we directly get it from refineries, it gets adulterated on the way. Imagine if this particular biodiesel gets adulterated, what should I do? I don't have a field test facility for this. I don't know how to check whether this diesel, what has come to me, is good or bad, or I can compromise on something. I have no idea about it. And all the equipment manufacturers were talking about warranty. Somewhere I heard Volvo saying that we can go up to 5% or 7%. But then, can I have a sticker on that, like this particular machine is compatible for BS? Let us say that B7 this thing is compliant, B7 compliant, or something like that. We don't know. Like, as of now, BS6 equipment have come in the market. We have no idea whether, somewhere in a corner we would like to see the sticker that, this is compliant. It's not there. So warranty and these things are also a matter of concern. Somebody said that, total cost of operation will be very low, but there is no corroboration. Nobody has a way to prove that particular thing. So a lot of uncertainties in this in this particular field. So we need clarity as a user. I represent the entire fraternity of users here. I saw the very other panels also. I think I'm the only person who's come on the part of user, like representing the users. So today, I would like to very comfortably or very openly say that using biodiesel can never be a problem, as long as it does satisfy our basic needs. I think about some third generation biodiesel is in the process of making, that may probably help us a little bit on what I can say the quality side of it.
Sure.
Okay, to give it a shape, I'd like to say it's a top-down process. It has to start from the government, move to oil companies, and then the CE manufacturers. And I'm there as the last guy to use as a Atmanirbhar initiative. So let's hear others, and I'll add some more points. Yeah, please.
Sure. Mr. Rajan, if you can go on mute. No, thanks, Mr. Rajan. I think excellent points raised on inconsistency of the biodiesel, the quality, availability, moisture, field testing, etc. Multiple points raised. I'll ask maybe Patrick to also come in here. Again, Patrick, similar question. Again, when you have used or leveraged biodiesel, what are some of the challenges that you have already seen or you foresee? Do you agree with Mr. Rajan or any other elements that you would like to add here?
Yes, a lot of the points that Rajan made are very valid to us as well. As I said earlier, we run two types of fleets. We run the on-road civilian type fleets, which are cargoes, and internationally, there's been a lot of work done in that space. And they lower horsepower engines and they run different to mining operations, which run 24/7. So one of the biggest issues with the biodiesel that we've got is, first of all, energy density. So you need to carry more or refuel more regularly. So that affects your energy efficiency or the efficiency of your trucking fleet. We're desperately searching for one of the OEMs to come and work with us on a mining operation where we can run and get do scientific study to compare a current diesel supply with biodiesel running in parallel in the same operation, so that we can assess all of these issues. The issues that we're finding primarily in establishing those kind of pilot trials is first of all quality of supply, quality and regularity of supply. So we dispense our own fuels, and then again that comes the issue is how much storage do you put up? And how do you guarantee the supply? The second thing is on a lot of our mines we run vendors or contractors with their trucks. So how do you get them to accept? How do you get that acceptance up that the fuel that you're putting into their trucks isn't going to damage it or damage the truck? We've also got a big spread of engine ages. Some of the engines are 5 or 6 or 7 years old. So there's different technologies going through that. So those are the things I think that we need to establish. The other thing is we need to understand the regulatory framework, because we've got GST and VAT issue on these things. How is that going to be regulated? But I suppose the most important one is, if I can just summarize, the most important one is regular quality supply that's controlled to the same extent, at least as what diesel is. And then the second one is to make sure that the fuel is actually more energy efficient than diesel, because otherwise your costs will go up with those other parameters, particularly when you run 24/7 operations and you have to take your trucks out of circuit more often to fuel them up because of the energy density issue. And I think that's what we're finding with most of our research. We're looking at ethanol, LNG, even when people talk about batteries, which isn't really applicable in our industry, but it's the energy density. It's much lower than diesel. The only one that seems to be out there that's really is hydrogen, which has got a higher energy density and has got some particularly exciting opportunities for application. So that's where we're at. We'd like to find a partner, and we'd like to do some scientific research, because we're not sure on how nobody's got much information on how the higher horsepower 5-axle trucks that we typically run in India perform in arduous conditions, because they go uphill loaded on softish roads. How does that? And we all know how going uphill with a higher rolling resistance of fuel consumption just on a normal vehicle or a normal truck, how's the biodiesel going to perform in that scenario, considering its lower energy density?
Understand.
So,
no.
Yeah.
No, thanks, Patrick. I think very valid point raised on the energy density question. Maybe I'll invite Pankaj to come in here in case you have any views on some of the challenges that you foresee in biodiesel adoption, and then ask Mr. Subodh to wrap it up.
Yeah, Abhishek, thank you. See, before going into the actual issue, the question was adoption of biodiesel and the challenges, right? So I put up this in a perspective of global oil and gas value chain. So India imports around 82% of the oil needs and aims to bring it down by 67% over next 2 years. However, how it will be done? It will be done by replacing it with the local exploration, renewable energy, and alternate fuel, where the biodiesel comes into the picture. If I'll talk about 2020, India was second top for the crude oil imported. It was around 200 metric ton. Coming to the actual challenges here, how it will be overcome. So I'd put up into different analysis platforms, 4-5 points. However, some of the points which Mr. Patrick and Mr. Rajan has already touched upon in a broad way. So like high dependence on the import is the first point. High political risk, legal intricacies, rate of technology obsolescence, which is very rapid right now, we can see so, and limited commercial viability. Yes, definitely the quality of biodiesel is also one of the important factor here. However, a coherent and consistent and committed policy with a long-term objective and vision by the industry and with the help of government definitely will be able to get through. With the effort of the entire ecosystem, because now this is only currently the commercial viability is coming only through the domestic sales with only support through oil management companies. That is the procurement cycle. Now this entire value chain, if we'll be able to address, then only we'll be able to adopt and will be able to overcome the challenges.
Right. No, thanks, Pankaj, for the step back. Maybe Mr. Subodh, if you can, sum it up specifically on this question on challenges before we move on to what is it that we need to do in terms of measures. Maybe your final words on this question before we go forward. Challenges facing the biodiesel adoption.
Actually, the challenges are really the problems pointed out by Mr. Rajan and Mr. Patrick. They are realistic problems. And it is simply because of the non-availability of the desired quality of the quantities. Now, there are 35 biodiesel plants which are operating in India, but they are not getting the feedstock. So majority of them are closed as of now because of the high prices of the feedstock and feedstock getting exported. There was some earlier majority of the biodiesel was produced through the palm stearine, but that is also some challenges are there because of some political issues with the every countries. So we are not able to import so much of the palm oil, which earlier we used to import. Within India, the feedstock is a challenge, and whatever the feedstock in the form of the used cooking oil we are having, or in the form of tallow, animal tallow, that is also being exported. So there are matter has been raised with the government not to export these feedstocks so that this availability is there. Coming back to point of the quality, what Mr. S.P. Rajan was saying and all. So what has happened in the morning session, also in the opening session, Mr. Tarun Kapoor, he was the Secretary Petroleum earlier. He retired in November. And he pointed out, see, there are a lot of spurious product is available and it is being sold in the name of the biodiesel. So if that is the, and if you buy it from the, so I'm not saying this thing that, so there are a lot of suppliers who may be selling these kind of products, which is affecting your equipment. It is affecting your, you can say, mileage or the fuel consumption. So that is there. But we will have to find out ways and means of that. Government have banned those kind of spurious oil. But it's still, it is being imported in the name of some other chemical being marketed as a biodiesel. So those kind of things are there. So the government is looking into that. Means you might have heard about the lot of these kind of retail outlet which were selling biodiesel in the name of biodiesel. Some other product has been closed in Gujarat and Maharashtra. So those challenges are there. We acknowledge that, and government is working on those areas. So I will stop here. Then
Fair. No, thanks, Mr. Subodh. I think so I think we established that, of course, there are some challenges. I think as a new industry like biodiesel is coming up, I think these challenges need to be tackled, of consistency, of ensuring quality, of ensuring sufficient feedstock is available so that there is availability, and the industry will only go for the adoption if they have very high predictability, both of quality, both of quantity, and of reliability of the quality of biodiesel that they are buying. Maybe I'll change track here and go to the next question, wherein we want to really understand from the panel, basis your experience, what could be some of these key measures, incentives, that can be taken either by the state governments, the central government, to actually encourage fast and sustained adoption of such alternate fuels like biodiesel by the construction equipment industry. Just as a reference, as I was showing on the page on Sweden, I think there was a mix of fiscal as well as incentive measures that the government had taken there. Maybe I'll ask Mr. Suhas Bakshi to come in here, as somebody who is from the industry. What is your view, sir, in terms of what could be the measures, incentives that could be deployed, which can actually help in this adoption of this alternate fuel?
Thank you so much. I think, coming immediately after the question of reliability and quality as was expressed in the last couple of observations, one has to acknowledge the fact that this is an extremely unreliable, relatively unorganized supply chain, whether you're talking about biomass on the one side and biodiesel or biogas on the other side. The supply chain is extremely unorganized. One of the first things that I would expect to be done systemically is to make sure that can we create standards, and standards not just around product, but standards around processes. If you are starting, a number of small businesses in rural areas or semi-urban areas where the type of manpower available is not exactly trained manpower, how do we create a human resource ecosystem and an overall industrial ecosystem around the subject of biodiesel and biomass is one pertinent issue that needs to be solved. But once, assuming that over a period of time as industrial infrastructure around biodiesel grows and we are able to address this issue, the type of incentivization that would help could be in two areas. One is, whenever we have promoted energy efficiency or we have promoted, adoption of new technology in energy, we've always looked at investment incentives like 100% depreciation, lower cost of capital for the purpose of creating fleets as well as creating industrial infrastructure. I would definitely expect measures on that side. The second set of measures that I would expect would be in the area of incentives for using biodiesel or biomass or biofuel as a substitute to fossil fuel. Am I able to get that incentive and am I able to monetize that incentive? Irrespective of what's the size of my project and what's the size of my consumption, I think that could drive habits. We've seen that, how did multi-megawatt solar or wind projects came up? They came up on top of the fact that there were incentives and there were CDM-driven incentives for the purpose of people to invest big money. I think the same type of incentive could be created maybe at the level of developers, at the level of industries, and maybe at the level of towns and cities to make sure that we are able to adopt the new technology which allows you to use green fuel instead of fossil fuel. So that would be my approach. One, make a significant investment in creating a human resource pool processes around products and manufacturing, which would deliver consistency to you. Second, create incentives for infrastructure investment. And third, create incentives for reducing the carbon footprint. These would be the three lines that I would take, Abhishek.
Great, great. Thanks, thanks, Suhas. Pankaj, any reactions from your side as an end user? Would these incentives help? How would they really support, the adoption?
Yeah, Abhishek, well articulated by Mr. Bakshi. He has talked about extremely unorganized supply chain as well as the infrastructure, industry infrastructure, and how to further incentivize the entire process. Just based on this, I'll be building this particular point further. We have to see first what are the demand drivers in the country for this usage. So commercial vehicles, where roughly it is 43%, consumption, mining and agriculture around 17%, and then private vehicles and industries comes up in the rest of the sector. The inflation prices of petroleum products, that is also one of the driver for this particular usage. So in confluence with the rising environmental concerns, it is actually escalating the demand of biodiesel usage. Also, it is the increasing focus on the sustainable or renewable energies. It is actually it will be bolstering the entire growth. So that is another point. Apart from demand drivers, the inflation of the petroleum products. Then also from last year, the GST has come down from for the biodiesel. So reduction in GST, which was from 12%, it has come down to 5%. That was from 1st of October. Similarly, for ethanol, it was reduced from 18 to 5%. So this will also add up to the end user. Then operational economies to the end user, basically. So biodiesel will result in 31% less running cost. It is just based on the certain assumptions and calculations, while the ownership cost of the vehicle will be same. So there will be 31% less running cost. Adding to that, there will be a little bit of maintenance cost addition because of the filter clogging, injector choking up. So with respect to that, it will further come down. So roughly 20-25% running cost will be less to the end user, even if the fuel consumption of the biodiesel is more by 13%. In spite of that, the customer or the end user will be owning the benefit on this, reaping out the benefit by 25%. Then the business growth prospects for the manufacturing in the country. So to make biodiesel, basically, we need a viable system in the country. So system architects we need to identify, and then we have to act it upon. This will actually help the process of incentivizing incentivizing and fast adoption of the biodiesel for the end users.
Sure, sure. No, thanks, Pankaj, for the insight. Maybe I will ask Patrick to come in. Patrick, if you're there, are there any examples that you have seen outside India, given your global experience? Any global practices or reactions, which you would have here?
I think globally it's much the same system. The biodiesel is largely restricted to, how can I put it, to smaller commercial vehicles, and really people that are enthusiastic on that to get so ethanol and methanol are quite widely used, and they blended in fuels, but into petrol. So it's the petrol equation where it suits much easier. Diesel is a different combustion cycle. So that's really where we see an introduction or interest of this is on the commercial side. I think on the heavy haulage and that it's always that issue of cost and complexity and quality, which is so important when you run bigger machines. And I think that's evident by the fact that the major OEMs are, they're not pushing hard for B100 engines, for example, which would be the next step in this process.
Great. No, totally. I think, and as you are rightly saying, I think we need to look back at the journey of ethanol and see what all were the incentives, specifically in countries like Brazil, etc., where it has got high adoption, to take some learnings from there in that case. Mr. Subodh, I would like you to come in from the government point of view, if you could bring some light to some of the key measures, incentives which are there, which can help in adoption.
So actually, it was mentioned by Mr. Pankaj. So what happened that over a period of time, all the three biofuels, what we are having here in India, the biodiesel, ethanol, and the compressed biogas, CBG. So all are having the GST rate of 5% now. CBG was all along, it was right from the beginning, it was having the 5% of, by CBG I mean the compressed biogas. In other places it is called renewable natural gas. It is basically biogas, biomethane, or bio-CNG, it is the same thing, but nomenclature with the government of India is compressed biogas. So that is there. Then ethanol was 18%, it was brought down to 5%. Biodiesel was 12%, brought down to 5%. Now CBG is the only fuel which is directly used. Means it is either a CBG station or CNG station, and you fill that vehicle, and so the customer gets the direct benefit of reduction of GST. But where in the case of the ethanol and biodiesel, the B100 has the 5% GST rate, but the diesel what we buy from the retail outlet, it is again undergoes the VAT. So this 5% GST And on top of that, the VAT will be coming. So customers are not getting the direct benefit of that. But industry like mining industry or construction industry, where they can buy the product in bulk of B100, they can buy and do the blending at the construction site or maybe the mining site. There, if it can be done, then they can get the benefit of GST, because GST, then they can get the input tax credit. Whatever the 5% is there, they can get that input tax credit on their fuel. So that is one thing was thought. So the bulk customers, bulk consumers who are buying the B100 and doing the blending of within the plant or within the premises of their own, and as per the advice of the original equipment manufacturer, right from the 5%, 7%, or 10%. Other sessions, we have seen that right from the 20%, 30%, even 100%, some equipment can be used, the biodiesel can be used. So those kind of benefits can be adopted. But that is slightly, as of now, not very, very clear until unless good supply, the quantity and quality both are there. For which one idea is there that in the other session, somebody gives this idea, and we are also encourage the same thing in case of the CBG. Now, what happens at CBG? It is the local biomass which is used, converted into CBG, and sold in the same market. So entire thing is within 20-25 kilometers. The production of the raw material, conversion to the CBG, and the customer, they are in the radius of 20-25 kilometers. We can think of the similar kind of thing that all these 35 manufacturers of the in other panel, this biodiesel manufacturer association was also represented. So we can have some discussion with them. They can shift one of their plant in the nearby locality. So the quality and quantity both can be assured to the construction and mining industry, and then they can take the benefit of this GST also. That is one thing. Secondly, what we can think of, and I don't know how appropriate it will be and what kind of taxes are there on the these kind of equipment, maybe 18% or so there. So some kind of incentives maybe asked from the state government, because generally state government get the 50% of the GST. I will tell you one example. In case of the Uttar Pradesh, what they do, if you set up a plant there, any industry set up a plant, and whatever their GST is there, means they, from the product, half of that is reimbursed to them. Means the UP government reimburses their portion of the GST for the 10 years. Or those kind of incentives. So we can ask those kind of incentives also in the state government, maybe central government, also some kind of incentives. But these are all just thoughts sitting here. But formally, these things can be thought of, and we can approach the central and state government both.
Understand. No, fair. I think that will be a good long list or wish list from the industry to the governments. And I think, as you're rightly saying, there could be enterprising state governments who could actually support this industry within their states and actually lead the charge here. I'll ask Mr. Suhas Bakshi to actually come in here specifically on the pricing part. I think apart from the availability, quality, etc., that we have discussed in terms of the challenges that the consumer industries face, I think the pricing stability also is one more challenge that the consumer industry is facing. So there, what are your views, sir? I think how do we actually ensure that there is stability? And I think the most important thing that people would want is predictability in pricing. So any views here, sir? And I would ask Mr. Rajan to come in next, but first Suhas.
Coming back to the question of price, which is what you asked, I do believe that there are three factors which will ensure that there is stability and visibility in terms of what the price is. One is if one is able to have a clear view of what's demand and supply. What is the total demands for biodiesel across the country by locations, and where are the demand points, and are we able to match demand with supply? Second is having an ability to have indexation of biodiesel price vis-a-vis other benchmarks. For what reason are you wanting to have that indexation, and having standardized indexation? And third is having a mechanism where you allow a market to operate based on combination of demand supply parameters. I would say these three factors would determine, like in case of almost every other industrial commodity, what's the price. You would have a visibility of price, you would have a predictability of price, rather than a controlled price mechanism. I think that's the way I would look at this market.
Subodh and Mr. Pankaj, they said, the agriculture sector seems to be consuming somewhere around 30% of the off-road diesel against 10% of construction. And like CBG, if we provide some good facilities to the farmers, though they'll be consuming a little bit of whatever the power or whatever the crop they produce, and the biodiesel that gets generated out of that, still there will be a kind of good balance over that. So the focus can start from agri-industry, where the engines and other related things are a little bit not that complicated and not that sophisticated like in most of the construction equipment. That's one thing. Second, on construction side, for safety and things like that, there is already one small part in the contract itself that for you to do this will be the payment. Something similar to that, even for using some waste on the roads, there are some some 2 kilometers they want to try with the waste material, and whenever the new technology comes, they come up with some small corrections in the tender. That also can motivate the users to find a better use of this biodiesel. This is my opinion. Thank you.
Great. No, I think a different perspective to look at the market in this case. Great, great. Maybe I'll ask Mr. Subodh to come in on the pricing part.
See, pricing is very, see, I tell you how it works out. So fossil fuel diesel, the pricing, what a refiner gets, that is somewhere around, present day pricing, what I'm talking about, somewhere around 40 rupees. So based on the international price of crude, somewhere around 75, 80 rupees. But pricing in this country is done not on the basis of the crude price, but it is on the basis of the import parity price of a diesel. So they have a basket of diesel prices, and they theoretically calculate, suppose this diesel was shifted from Dubai or Singapore to Bombay port. So what it would have costed, and based on that, the pricing is done. So and this price is taken for last 15. Suppose I want to do the pricing for the 16th of January. So pricing will be taken, will be calculated on 15th of January for the last 14 days. And then average of that will be declared as a price for the 16th morning. So this is the way it is done. Generally, if the price doesn't change by substantial amount, maybe 10 paisa, 25 paisa or something like that, they have some cutoff there. So they don't change it. But if it changes by 25 paisa or maybe 50 paisa, then they change it. So you'll find there are days there is no change, and there are days when almost every day it is changed by 50 paisa, 1 rupee, and those kind of things are there. So that has happened. Now, this is the way, and the rest of all, right, so from 40 to 90 or 86, whatever it is, rest is all, majority is taxes, plus some dealer commission and all those things. So our petrol pump dealer gets some 3-4 rupees out of per liter of diesel or petrol sold and all those things. Now, in case of biodiesel, this kind of pricing was not there because people were not knowing the cost of production, because this is a very nascent industry. So the cost of production, there are plants who are producing only 1 ton fuel per day. There are plants who are producing around 50 tons per day. So the cost of production cannot be same and all those things. And on top of that, 3 years back, I will give you one example, that this animal tallow was available only for 27, 28 rupees a kg.
Yeah.
It has gone to 76 rupees a kg now. So everything has somehow in this particular area has gone haywire, we can tell you. And that was because earlier the palm stearine was freely available because a lot of palm oil was getting imported. But thanks to our neighboring countries, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Turkey, and all, creating some problem, and also government of India getting angry with them. And so palm oil imports are restricted, and so is the our availability of the palm stearine and all those things. Parallelly, what has happened? Europe, they pay almost double the price of diesel for the biodiesel. So a lot of this palm stearine or palm oil based diesel or tallow based diesel are being exported to Europe. So these are what we feel as a oil industry veterans is a temporary phenomena, because even Europe cannot sustain double the price for a very long period, and they are also raising their hands. And same thing will happen here also. So maybe after I cannot tell the time frame, but generally these kind of phenomena are over by 18 months or 24 months kind of thing. So let's wait and watch. Parallelly, people are talking about growing more of tree borne oil and all those things are there. One thing here we can share with this thing, see, like the mining companies. So mining companies are obliged to grow plants. They are supposed to grow plants against the mining area and all those things. Now, generally what happens, this job is given to an NGO, and then NGO will decide what variety of the plants are to be grown in that area. So they go to the local agriculture department, and they find that, okay, neem is good in this area, mahua is good in that area. But there we can experiment. We can experiment that, okay, why don't we grow some tree borne oil there? So Pongamia is one variety. Mahua is already there in this country for the ages now. But Shumaruba is another variety which is very popular in Karnataka. It was brought to from the Central American countries. It was brought to India. So all those things can be done. Means probably the first time we are meeting in this kind of forums and all. Actually, I tell you, in my 37 years of career and 10 years in the renewable energy, we never, as an oil industry, maybe our the marketing group were in touch with the construction equipment manufacturers and these kind of things. But sitting here in the Delhi and all, doing the sustainable energy and all these things, we were at least not, oil industry, this think tank was not aware of that. Such a big volume just here also. We were focusing on railways for the biodiesel and all those things. But a lot of biodiesel can be changed here. So that is one area.
Right. No, great. And I think as you mentioned the GST point, I think one of the audience questions which has come in is to, how do we sustain the GST on biodiesel remaining at 12% and not 5% if sold to anyone other than OMC? Whereas the input feedstock tallow is procured at 12% GST, and if the biodiesel is sold at 5%, so that discrepancy is there.
That discrepancy has to be removed. So we have to go and tell the government that this discrepancy has to be removed.
Great. No, I think excellent points and excellent discussion. I think we're already at the clock of time. I think if I just quickly summarize, I think we heard, of course, the consumer industries list out some of the issues that are there in the adoption, including price inconsistency, consistency of quality, availability, as well as some issues like moisture and the infrastructure required for field testing, so that we have high reliability of the quality. But I think apart from that, we also heard from the esteemed panelist on some of the interventions required, like Mr. Bakshi mentioned on the standard product as well as standard process processes. Mr. Patrick mentioned on collaborating with the OEMs to actually increase the adoption so that the industry is willing to invest into this. And of course, some of the incentive models wherein we can take learnings from the success of ethanol or success of CBG, as Mr. Subodh also mentioned. I think so quite a few elements for us to work on as we think of the right model here and we go forward. Maybe I can invite any of the panelists to actually give closing comments. I think that will be very useful. Maybe starting with Mr. Bakshi, if you could give a closing comments and then we close off here.
What I like about today's discussion is there is agreement on the fact that biodiesel is a good alternative for construction equipment. We're looking at incentives, we're looking at infrastructure, and we're looking at taking a way forward. So I do believe that OEMs and customers both agreeing that this is the right direction is a wonderful beginning, and I really look forward to this application gaining momentum. As Mr. Subodh rightly said, a lot of times commercial vehicles and railways had been seen as one change maker, but Indian Construction Equipment Forum coming up and saying that they can be a change maker could be a phenomenal step forward. So very happy with the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Bakshi. Mr. Patrick, any closing comments?
No, I enjoyed the session very much. Thank you. I think that's the main thing that we got to bear in mind. It has to be commercial, and basically we need to parallel what we do with other fuels or other energy supplies into our operations, because at the end of the day, most of us are commercial operators, and we operate on a making profit basis or a viability basis. Just on our behalf, we really actively support anything that can improve our greenhouse footprint on the planet, and anything that can bring energy efficiency into the business, which is really what this discussion is about. So we fully support what the mantra or the purpose of this discussion is. Thanks.
Thanks, Patrick. Pankaj, any closing comments from your side?
Yeah, Abhishek, we have discussed about a lot many things related to the operational challenges right from beginning, from reliability, quality, and then the cost part of it. However, just on this closing comments, I would like to put some thoughts on the readiness to tackle the challenges and how we can go with it. So since we are, as in biodiesel fuel, it is actually working at the midstream and downstream of the global oil and gas value chain, basically. So transportation, processing, storage, distribution, these all comes, as well as manufacturing, these all comes into the picture when we talk about the challenges, what we need to tackle. So energy transition plan by the engine OEMs, one of the major challenge, which actually we need support from the government. Right now, they are only allowing for B7. So B7 is just 7% mix of the biodiesel. So if we really want to promote it, we have to, at least with respect to the end customer who are requesting us as an industry, they are at least asking us for B20 to B50. So that is one of the major challenge industry, the OEMs, engine OEMs, they have to put the transition plan. Then raw material pricing, already we have spoken about this. So there is one more angle, the dynamic pricing of the feedstock, which is available right now. So with respect to the various crops as in raw material. So this is also as in raw material supplier, farmers, they will be looking into this particular point. Then manufacturing ecosystem, so viable system of the manufacturing. So there are a number of things related to this. It is all depend on the yield of the raw material also. So that will also be coming into picture when we will be tackling the challenge to use it. Then robust supply chain process, we have discussed about this. So transportation, where we need the insulation to avoid the moisture. Oxygen degradation, I think Mr. Srinivas Rajan has spoken about this because of the fuel storage slurry formation due to the contamination of water. Then various application challenges are also there. So like as I've spoken about B7 to B50, right now we are at B7. Industry engine OEMs, they are just allowing for B7, not even for B10. So this transition which is required till B50, where the cost will also come into picture. So reduction in cost to the end customer will automatically come into picture. So we have to look into that part also. For that, the support is required from the government of India. How to promote it through the basic engine manufacturer. Although as an application part or machinery manufacturers, or to support to the end customer, we are always ready to go with this challenge. Thank you.
Thanks, Pankaj. Maybe Mr. Rajan, and then Subodh, if you can give your closing remarks.
Yeah. So as I said, I'm in the fourth quadrant, actually, the last quadrant after our government, oil companies, and the manufacturers. So once all three get aligned, I'm there to enjoy the benefits. So if handled with care, it will be a very good Atmanirbhar initiative. Having said this, one small thought, whether we can think about some kind of multi-layer farming or urban farming, and bring in certain incentives to the people who are farming these crops more, in such a way that this becomes abundant and we reduce our dependence on import of the raw materials. One side, they say that the import is the reason for the higher cost for this particular biodiesel. So whether that can be overcome. So there has to be a different thought process to increase that particular stock, and then bring in certain regulations, and finally reach the product to the end user. A lot of thought process after going. So this is so as far as I'm concerned, or the user is concerned, we are in a very nascent stage and in a confused stage. That's where I can close my discussion here. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Rajan. Mr. Subodh, I think final closing remarks from you, final comments.
So, to my mind, a lot of collaboration is required from the user industry, the equipment supplier, the diesel engine manufacturers. That is also the big stakeholders. And among the ministries, Ministry of Road Transport, Ministry of Rural Development, Ministry of Agriculture. Because see, we don't have the feedstock. So all these ministries have a lot of control on the land of this country, rural development, or they can provide some incentives on funding for growing this tree-borne oil trees and all TBOTs and all those things. So that collaboration, we are working on that. It is not like that we are just saying this thing, we are working on that. But results probably are not very, very visible, which may be there for the next 3-4 years. But as of now, they are not very visible. Unlike in ethanol, unlike CBG, ethanol also a lot of efforts have gone there, right? From the 2003, the first time we started blending to 2021, we are now claiming that we are blending somewhere around reaching the 10% target. So a lot of efforts have gone there. So similar kind of efforts are needed here. Here the challenge is not on the market side, it is adoption side. The challenge is only on the supply side, where from we get the feedstock. Entrepreneurs are available, they want to set up these plants, and these plants are not very expensive. Unlike ethanol distilleries, which are in the range of 100 crore per plant, this biodiesel plant can be set up somewhere around 5 to 10 crore. So and in very decentralized manner. So that is not a problem. Only thing is that feedstock. So we should work on that. A lot of collaboration are required among the industry, user, farmer, and the government, of course, various ministries. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Subodh. Thank you so much to all the panelists. I think a very enriching and very useful discussion. I think and I think it gave a very 360-degree view of the problem. While a lot of these challenges remain, I think there is also some silver lining that there could be paths that we could follow and actually get to higher adoption. Given this also aligns with the climate goals for most corporations as well as the country. So I would just take this opportunity to wish ourselves and everybody here on the call best of luck on this endeavor as we work together, and hopefully ICEMA is able to create more such forums wherein ideas exchange can happen, leading to tangible impact on the ground. Thank you so much. ICEMA.
Thank you.